Welcome to Game Day Live, brought to you by Power Up Premium Trail Mix. It's the 2024 UFA Championship weekend, just south of Salt Lake City, Utah. And what an exciting weekend we've had already here at Zions Bank Stadium. Yesterday, our two semifinals featured Minnesota surprising the DC Breeze, and then the Carolina Flyers overpowering the Seattle Cascades. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday evening with us. Ian Toner, alongside James Pollard, Alex Atkins, Bryce Merrill, and Evan Lepler. Gentlemen, as you look back on yesterday, I know we had some time to talk on air, but you've had some time to sleep on things, let things ruminate. What's the biggest thing that sticks out from you from yesterday's performances?
The throwers. It was windy, but the throwers were the top throwers in the league in the game. Made the difference.
And you're thinking people like Josh Klain stepping up into the wind. Who else is coming to mind?
Josh Klain, Brett Bergmeyer before he got injured late in the game.
Yeah,
but those are the two big ones for me.
Yeah, that throwing prowess was especially important in that first game. The wind softened in the second game. Alex, what about you?
Yeah, for me, it was just how topsy-turvy the games were. Like, not one team ran away with either of them early. They were just very exciting, and I hope we get more of that tonight.
Loved watching those four teams play the game that was in front of them. So many adjustments, so many runs, like Atkins talked about. Very impressed with the athletes that were able to adapt to the conditions and find a way to win.
Yeah, it was strangely riveting, just with the bizarre circumstances and seeing a DC Breeze team that has been so pristine throughout the last several seasons offensively struggle to make adjustments, while the Minnesota wind chill found a home in these windy conditions, in large part because they play in them so often in St. Paul, Minnesota. And look, Carolina maintained their game plan, hucking it 25 times in 48 minutes. I expect we'll see something similar tonight. The Flyers trying to become just the third franchise ever to win multiple UFA championships. They've long been one of the best franchises in the league. Tonight's the night to really affirm their status as one of the premier franchises. And look, this is a huge opportunity for the Minnesota wind chill. Nobody thought they would be here.
Not me.
Yet they're we'll get to Atkins' picks later. But look, I mean, this is a young team. Arguably, they're here ahead of schedule with all the young talent that they have, but they're here. It's a great opportunity. You never know when you're going to get it again. Bryce, you coached in this game last year, and you know how precious the opportunity is. So, yeah, they're the underdogs again tonight, but it's even windier than last night. So maybe that plays into Minnesota's hands.
Let's take a look at how they got here. We'll look at some highlights from last night's matchup between Minnesota and DC. And I think Alex hit the nail on the head. This was a game of swings, of runs, of momentum shifts, and ultimately Minnesota adjusted and carried the momentum best with the game on the line.
Yeah, well, I think it's funny. We rolled the highlight package, and the first two clips were some drops. So I think that's kind of, shows what the game was like yesterday. It was just really tough conditions. But I think the wind chill just did a really good job at being the first team to wake up, kind of be like, this is a little weird. It's not, how you envision your championship weekend game going. But it's still a championship weekend game, and we want to be the team that wins it.
What do you guys think about the decision to adjust the line calling away from traditional O&D and empower an upwind line with more throwers than normal?
You saw it power a couple of really key runs. DC coming out at the start of the second quarter with a full commitment to that strategy. You saw Coach Feldman basically take that line card that he had pregame and chuck it and make those adjustments. It also led to some really tough, downwind breaks early in the point, and so some of those second half upwind breaks were just 10 or 15 yards to go. I think it really swung the game both directions in the third and fourth.
Yeah, but I think that's why Minnesota won, because they started the game with those adjustments. They started out with the upwind, downwind lines. DC didn't start that till the second quarter, and then that's when they figured it out, came out at halftime on that big run. But at that point, Minnesota already had 2 quarters in it, and they were just able to adjust and stop that run from DC.
And since last night, James, you can see in the eyes of the DC Breeze players and coaches, they have some regrets. They wish they had done it differently. They will learn from this, but it's been a tough 24 hours for the DC players and coaches because they've looked sad about it, and they've articulated. Lauren Boyle, chatting with her earlier today, she said, if it wasn't this painful, it wouldn't be so meaningful. So the pain stings, but she also said the bruises eventually heal, and you learn from these mistakes.
Yeah, I was talking to AJ Merriman. He said it's tough, but like they don't feel like they were beat. They feel like they lost the game, so they're already ready to come back stronger next year.
Yeah, I agree with that. It did kind of feel like to me that DC lost the game, and with the lines, I liked the decision early to have their O-line play the upwind points, and it worked early. They were able to work one upwind. It was the first one, I think, that one of the teams really looked like they were capable of working the disc upwind and scoring. But then later in the game, when they had their D-line, more traditional D-line going downwind and not hucking it right away, they weren't able to capitalize on a couple of the downwind points. And I felt like maybe they were overthinking a little bit. I mean, you have this great offense, and to not be playing them later in the game when you had to score some of those downwind points, I think it really hurt them.
That matchup was an incredibly windy affair. We got to the second semifinal, and yes, there were still gusts, but the conditions seemed to ease up a little bit, and we weren't playing huck and hope or field position quite as much. We were playing something akin to real Frisbee. Granted, Carolina still hucked the disc 25 times, successfully 17 of those 25 attempts. Sorry, Evan.
Yeah, well, in the second half, they didn't play huck and hope. But in the first half, that was their game plan.
For sure.
And they had the horses to run that game plan super effectively. Obviously, Henry Fisher had a huge night. Obviously, he's bigger than everybody else. But they got the throwers in the wind as well to make plays in the air. I mean, look at Fisher just coming out of nowhere. Through the double team, Elijah Long scoobers to the back of the end zone. Seattle had some opportunities to make plays that they didn't make. Some deflections, obviously, that didn't go their way. Seattle played with a lot of heart, but I'll attribute this to Khalif. I think he said after the game, this is secondhand, we had the heart, we didn't have the height.
Yeah, I ended up switching my pick right before the game to Seattle, and I thought that if they could win some of those jump balls, that they were going to be in a good place. And for a lot of the game, they were only down 2, and they were getting destroyed in the air. And it was like, if they come down with a couple of these in the second half, they have a chance. They did, but then they turn it over like right on the goal line where they could have been down 1 and then potentially go downwind for the break. But then they didn't convert it. Carolina scores, and then now Carolina's back up 3.
I take off my coach hat, I take off my analyst hat, I look at that game last night, and that provided the championship moments I wanted as a fan. I think you get 2 young players, 2 young stars like Lucas Ambrose and Tobias Brooks going at it back and forth on the field with a couple of incredible highlight plays. That big sky from Tobias early over Dom Jacobs. Obviously Ambrose and the work he was doing in the second half to keep his team in it. Fairfax absolutely putting his stamp on the game. That's everything I want from a Friday night championship weekend, and I think it just sets us up for an incredible Saturday night.
Can I just ask the panel, what do you think was the most iconic play from Friday night? Was it Tobias's sky, Mark Munoz's layout, one of Ambrose's plays, his block on Jungst? I don't know. I mean, really the most emblematic play of the night was Johnny Malks being in position to intercept the disc, and it ended up being Minnesota's first break of the game, just behind us here with Noah Hansen from Minnesota making the play. Curious, what stands out most in your guys' minds?
I think it's the Fairfax goal in like triple coverage off the timeout. Like Seattle was able to set up defense. Fairfax made a great cut, put out the space. It wasn't like super tight triple coverage, but like there was help, and he had to go make a play, and he did.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good one, James, especially because it's like it showed what was happening the whole night, like 3 Seattle's defenders, and it looked like they weren't even there. I think the Tobias grab definitely was a big one just because that was the point after the Mark Munoz catch. It was a big momentum shift that could have gone for Seattle and just immediately erased by Toby's catch.
I keep going back to that Alan Laviolette crossfield,
Oh my goodness.
trap side to break side, flick blade, and I just thought that's a level of throwing prowess that shows total control of the conditions and of the game.
That was just straight wizardry. Can I ask another question? What do you guys think that last night's performance from Seattle did for Lucas Ambrose's MVP candidacy and perhaps Jesse Bolton's Coach of the Year candidacy?
I differ from the other panelists, I think, a little bit here. I think that Lucas would have my vote for MVP. After watching that last night, I mean, I know Jeff also had a great season, but I think, what Lucas did with Seattle and Seattle having the year that they did, and then him having that performance at championship weekend, I just think he deserves the vote for MVP.
It can't hurt his odds. It can't hurt his odds. You know, I think a lot of credit goes to Ambrose. You had a chance to see Boston before Babbitt, and you had a chance to see Seattle before Ambrose. And both of those narratives and the building up of not just their own game, but the collective confidence and the skill of the team around them, it makes for a great narrative. And to Ambrose's credit, he's doing it at championship weekend, and I think that matters.
Yeah, I think it definitely helps Ambrose's case. I think the difference is Seattle had the pieces in place beforehand and then added, and I think Jeff made a bigger leap with Boston than before. Because like in the last few seasons, Boston was getting destroyed by New York and DC by like 8+ goals every game, and then they come out this year and they're winning those games, some of those games.
Yeah, I still don't know who I'm going to vote for, and it's going to be a really tough decision. I think there are 3 candidates, Jeff Babbitt, Lucas Ambrose, and Atlanta's Brett Holzmeier. Obviously, Lucas enhanced his case last night, although he didn't enhance it to the point of winning the game and having Seattle playing on Saturday.
Yeah, but who else has blown up Durs and Allen in the same game? That's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, Lucas had an awesome year. He wasn't the only new piece that came to the Cascades.
Sure.
Aaron Wolf, Tommy Lee, Christian Foster, Mikey O'Brien, like all these guys showed up to help them. For Jesse Bolton, like he's certainly on the short list for Coach of the Year this year. It's a hard award to kind of define exactly what makes it, but to take a team that went 4-8 last year and hadn't been to the playoffs in 8 years, and not only get them to the playoffs, but win in a Lions Den here in Salt Lake in the playoffs, and then perform as ably against a potential champion last night, Jesse Bolton deserves an incredible amount of credit.
I'm with you. He's been impressive all year long, along with Casey Ikeda and Kelly Johnson on his staff. Well, when we come back, we're going to start taking a look at our next matchup. Here's a quick look at the bracket in case you've been living under a rock. We've got the championship matchup between Minnesota and Carolina coming your way in 45 minutes. Keep it here on Game Day Live on Watch UFA YouTube.
Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
Welcome back to Zions Bank Stadium, 45 minutes away from opening pull here at Championship Saturday. Right now, lucky to be joined by the Detroit Mechanix Terry Gaither. He is the 2024 Be Ultimate Be the Change Award winner. Terry, Detroit snapped the winless streak this year. You look back on this season, what is the biggest memory and what sticks out to you from the Mechanix 2024 campaign?
It was a great season. Breaking that streak was just unbelievable. You know, I don't know. It was just, I was overwhelmed with tears and things, but I was just proud of my teammates. You know, we put the work in and we made the impossible possible. It's just the greatest feeling in the world. So, love it.
Well, there's not only congratulations in order for that. As I mentioned, you're the 2024 Be Ultimate Be the Change Player Award recipient. UFA takes so much pride in awarding this, and I know you do a ton of great work in both the Detroit and Indianapolis communities. For those who aren't familiar with the work that you do, can you please shed some light and let us know about the great work you're doing?
Yeah, just a quick summary. I'm a youth athletic coach, so I work with a lot of youth, teach them different sports, but mostly ultimate Frisbee, of course. I go to parks. I teach kids how to play. I teach strangers how to play. Everywhere I go, I'm just introducing everyone to this great sport of ultimate. You know, the main goal is to help bring awareness to the sport and bring more people into this awesome community, because this is the best league in the world. It's the most welcoming league, the best community I've ever been part of. So I take major pride in that. I work with Indie Habitat to do some volunteer services. So shout out to those guys as well, who goes out there and volunteer every weekend. But I'm just always out there to help people as much as I can. It's always out in the community.
And what does that mean to you when you're able to not only spread the sport, but help people and connect with them on a human level?
It means the world to me. You know, just putting smiles on people's faces, just knowing that you're providing support to people who need that support. It just means a lot. You know, just loving our neighbors. You know, love it.
For those who want to do more to grow the game, do more to help their communities, what kind of general advice would you have for anyone who's doesn't know where to start or is similarly motivated?
Easy answer. Just talk about what you do. Talk about your passion for this sport. You know, take time to teach people how to play. People generally love this sport. They do love it. You just have to talk about it. Show your passion. Everywhere I go to a supermarket. Any stranger asks what I do, like play ultimate Frisbee, professional ultimate Frisbee. Help build awareness, you know, and people will follow. Like, I've just met so many strangers who just follow me on social media because they want to know more about this league, about what it does for the community and how impactful it is on everyone around. So
that's going to make me rethink what I'm doing. Next time I go to the grocery store and get, you know, some electrolytes or Pedialyte or something like that, I could start a conversation with someone else in the aisle right there.
That's it. That's all it takes.
You're here at championship weekend. What's this experience been like, observing some of the best teams in the league and witnessing what our wonderful hosts here in Salt Lake have put together?
This is amazing. This is my first championship weekend, so it's just been an amazing experience. You know, shout out to everyone for UFA putting this together. You guys did an amazing job, but it's exhilarating. You know, being around these teams, feeling their passion, feeling their just excitement for being here. So I've really enjoyed it, and special thanks to all the owners that are here as well. You know, thank you to all of you for making this happen for us players, you know, keeping the league going. Like, we much appreciate it, because without you, we wouldn't have a home.
Saw you having a good time at the youth clinic this morning. That was a great time.
Oh, yes. Anytime I can work with kids and help put a smile on their face and help them grow into better ultimate players, that's always a win-win.
I know you've battled Minnesota so far this season and previous times in your career. This win can be a great equalizer. What are your expectations going into this championship matchup?
Expectations, I'm here just supporting both teams.
I'm
definitely going to be, that's the humble answer. But
I can't put you on the spot.
I'm definitely going to be supporting the Midwest team just because we're from the Midwest. You know, I love playing against Minnesota. Those guys are great. Personalities are great. They're talented players. So hopefully Minnesota brings out the win for the Midwest. It'd be great to see them get their first championship.
Well, Terry, congratulations on your award.
You.
Congratulations to the Mechanix on snapping the winless streak. We're excited to see some more dubs for the Mechanix next season.
Yes, so am I.
Terry Gaither, when we come back, we're going to talk to the new league commissioner, Tim DeBile. Keep it right here on Game Day Live on Watch UFA TV.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
Welcome back to Game Day Live here in Harriman, Utah. Just about 40 minutes away from opening pull here at Championship Saturday. Lucky to be joined now by the newest league commissioner, Tim DeBile. Tim, fresh off a playoff appearance with the Madison Radicals, the first time they made it back to that stage since you guys won the title in 2018. Talk to me about what this season meant to you and how that felt.
It was great to be back. We have struggled since we won the championship. We hadn't made the playoffs since 2018 when we won. And it just felt good to finally kind of be back in the conversation. And our fans, I think, were getting a little bit worried about us. You know, we had a 4-8 season, and attendance didn't drop off, but enthusiasm a little bit. So I think it was important for us to get back in the playoffs, and it just feels good for the guys. You know, I have a very young team, but they've been working really hard at it. A lot of those guys started back in 2019 or 2021, and they've never even smelled the playoffs before. So, you know, getting a chance to play in front of our home crowd against Chicago in what was, I think, one of the best games of the season was really good for the franchise.
Anyone who knows you knows you've been invested in the success of not just the Radicals franchise, but the league for so long, holding marketing leadership positions, negotiating media rights deals, things like that. And now you're a commissioner. Can you talk about what it means to have this opportunity and what you're most excited about as you look ahead?
Yeah, when I brought a franchise back in 2013, I think I had a vision for what it could look like as a professional event. So when I say that, it's like trying to put something on for the fans, trying to make it a fan-centric event. And, you know, I think we've come a long way and we've done a lot of good work. I think particularly the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen incredible growth where 2018, 2019 era, there was 2 teams in the league who could see 1,000 fans show up at a game. I think this year we had 12 or 13 teams that had 1,000 fans at a game.
Yeah, that's incredible.
So, and you've been to those games, both of you have been to those games, and you can feel that energy. And we want more of that. We want to create more fans. We want to engage with more fans. We want to make it more fun. We want to let the players showcase their skills in front of all those people and feed off that energy. And you can see in games like last night where people just play harder when the fans are backing them.
There's nothing like that atmosphere.
Tim, one of the teams that's made the greatest strides in that department is the Minnesota Wind Chill, and obviously they're a competitor of yours, but also a partner in this pursuit of professional ultimate. What does it feel like for you to see the Wind Chill representing the Central Division here at Championship Weekend, getting ready to play in the finals?
Yeah, I mean, I wear 2 hats. The Radicals, you know, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Ben Feldman and all the players on the Wind Chill. It's still a little hard to see them represent the Central, but as commissioner, CEO, I think they're a model franchise. They have made incredible strides since Ben took over. I think back in 2016, you know, they were a very middling franchise, we'll say. And this year we went up there and played a playoff game, and they had 1,400 plus fans, and it felt like Breeze Stevens Field, to be honest. Like, the fans were super engaged. It was loud. They had beer. They have so they've done all the
a little
right.
wind up there too.
And it was a little bit windy up there. So, you know, yeah. So I think they're on a really good streak for them. You know, 3 windy games in a row is pretty positive for them.
For those who are newer to your leadership, how would you characterize your vision for the league going forward? I mean, we're a year into a rebranded association, and it seems like we have a lot to be excited about going forward.
I think, like, for me, even when I started originally, it's about finding ways to do more for fans and try to get them more engaged and try to, you know, teach them about the players, teach them about the game. I think when people watch the game and when they meet our players and they come to games, they fall in love with the game. Like, the product really sells itself, but, you know, you still need to get them there. And you need to find ways to, you know, either through marketing, word of mouth, you know, a variety of things to get more fans there. And then you need to feed those fans. They can't just show up to a game and then never hear about you again. So, like, from our job right now, because we don't have ESPN or somebody else creating content for us, is to create that content that drives fans to get more engaged, to get more excited about your team, to get more excited about our players. And so my vision is to just grow what we've been doing and, like, create more content, get deeper with the players, get deeper into strategy, you know, do all the things that the other sports kind of get done for them. And you guys help with that a lot. I mean, you two are right in the front lines and do an incredible job for us.
Thank you.
We appreciate that, first of all, and I'm curious to create some content now and ask you to put your coaching hat on. strategically, Minnesota and Carolina did some really good things last night. That's why they're here. What do you think is going to be the difference tonight with the personnel and tactics that these two teams can employ?
I think the biggest thing is how Carolina adjusts. I think that DC didn't do a great job last night of adjusting fast enough. I think Minnesota is going to be dialed in. This is their third game in a row like this. They know exactly what they're doing. So, Carolina is going to come out and probably huck and hope a lot. And it worked for them last night. I think this team has seen that a little bit more, and they may be more ready for it. I think Carolina has better downfield cutters, and they have better throwers for the deep ball. I'm not sure that they are going to handle this wind that well. They didn't see it last night. They saw it for maybe a quarter, and it didn't look that great, and they never got that time to adjust. You saw in the first game, Minnesota and DC both struggled those first 10 minutes. It was not great ultimate, but they both adjusted, and by the fourth quarter, were playing pretty well in difficult conditions. So Carolina didn't get to do that last night. They'd had the wind go away before they really had to adjust to it. So I'd be a little afraid if I was DeNardis that Minnesota knows exactly how to play in this, and that they haven't had to really do it for a full game yet.
Do you ever allow yourself to get back in the headspace of 2018 and walk down memory lane and your own experience as a coach at championship weekend?
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, I have a lot of experiences at championship weekend as a coach.
Every time I have a Zoom call with him, I see the check in the background hanging on his wall.
I mean, I appreciate the 6 years that we made it more and more as time goes by. In the moment, it was just sort of became old hat, like, oh, we're going to championship weekend again. Now I realize, it was just an incredible run that we had. We had incredible players, and we won 6 divisional championships in a row, never lost those games. We got back to the divisional championship this year, and we lost, and that was new for me. And so, I mean, I look back on those years all the time super fondly.
I heard your analysis when you're talking with Evan. Can I put you on the spot and ask you to make a pick, or do you not want to dabble in that realm right now?
I'm not going to make a pick, but I'll say that if this win holds, that I feel like the team that has wind in its name is probably going to win.
Okay, all right. That's about as specific as we're going to get. Tim DeBile, thank you so much for joining us. When we come back, we're going to start diving into our key players to watch and our analysts' keys to the game. Keep it right here on WatchUFA.tv. Game Day Live rolls on.
Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
Here's a look at the Carolina Flyers warming up here at Zions Bank Stadium, trying to figure out this aggressive wind that's been blowing things all over the place here in Utah today. Welcome back to the rest of our panel. James Pollard, Alex Atkins, Bryce Merrill, and Evan Lepler. Gentlemen, I know we've started to talk about how these teams can adapt in the wind, but I want to zero in on some players that we think can be especially strong difference makers tonight. Who do you all have your eye on?
I have my eye on Josh Klain. He was big for Minnesota last night, and with this wind, it's going to be just as big. If you look at his stats, it doesn't seem like it, but he was playing field position well, and all of his yards came from punting it downfield to targets. If they got it, they got it. If not, they had it down the end zone, just locked down on defense to stop DC from working it, and then they used that short field to score.
And Ben Feldman talked about how he kind of separated him from Will Brandt intentionally in some moments and made each of them kind of generals of their own lines, and I think that's something that we might see a little more of tonight.
Yeah, and also looked to see Klein on upline points.
For sure.
Not defense, not offense, but just upwind points.
100%.
Yeah, and I think that's a good pick, too. He just provides this really nice calming veteran presence in the wind that can instill a lot of confidence in the rest of his team. My pick is Anders Jungst from the Carolina Flyers. I think the thing with Carolina is that, like, we've seen they have so many players that you don't know who's going to, like, pop off in a certain game.
Yeah.
Fairfax had no scores we were talking about in their division finals, and then he goes off last night.
Yep.
So I think if I'm just playing the odds, probably someone who didn't have crazy stats last night is due for a big one tonight. So that's why I'm going with Anders. And I like his skill set in the wind, being able to get open in small spaces, like able to provide like a really easy reset when maybe you don't want to throw some more difficult throws.
So is the front cone going to be his tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see Lucas out there anywhere warming up, so I think he should be fine.
Wow. Bryce, who you got?
You know, the stats from last night's game are so deceptive. There was not a lot of yards to be had, but I still go back to Gordon Larson and the impact he was able to have. I really liked his game last night. I really liked the way he was connecting the wind chill handlers, the work that we saw from Brandt, from Klein, and working well through the middle of the field. Again, you're not going to get the gaudy stats when so many of the yards are being thrown towards a lot of red zone offense, but I loved his movement. I loved his specificity on the cuts, and again, I think that's going to be critical tonight against this Carolina defense.
It's just amazing how he's kind of emerged on this offense. They have so many other great talents, but it's almost like he's playing beyond his years, in my opinion.
You know, and I love the combo of Raider with him, a beyond his years of such a veteran, but it's Larson that's getting the movement and allowing for some of the big plays from the bigs around him on that wind chill offense.
No question.
There are a lot of young guys on Minnesota that need to step up tonight. Larson is one of them. You know, defensively, Paul Krennic, Thomas Schoep, these guys could be, all UFA caliber players, but they need to do it tonight against the Flyers. But really, if we're talking individuals who are ready to go off, we already saw Tobias Brooks do it last night for Carolina. He's just unbelievably quick. He's got unbelievable hops, and he's got a feel for the moment that obviously belies his years. So, I mean, I remember talking with Mike DeNardis before the start of last season, and the phrase that Mike D used, he said, yeah, Tobias Brooks, he's kind of the Triangle's next chosen son in Ultimate. And this is a region that's produced so many great players through the years, from Nethercutt to Gush Johannes to Fisher and all these other guys that are part of this Carolina team. But Tobias Brooks is the future, and he's also the present.
Yeah, and I think also, like, out of all those attributes you're mentioning, just an unrelenting confidence, which I think plays dividends in these like big moments, and he's not afraid to, step up.
Yeah, I loved when he was John with Ambrose between and after points last night. I mean, that shows somebody who's locked in and ready to go, and it didn't distract from his ability to contribute and execute, right?
No, I mean, you might want to figure out like who's worth talking to, because I think Ambrose definitely made some big plays after that, but that's probably part of the learning process and figuring out who you want to talk some mess to during the game.
Kins, would you be quiet if you were going against Tobias to not fire him up? Are you capable of being quiet on the field?
He definitely is not.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. It depends on the situation, I guess. It depends on the situation.
Let's turn our attention to keys to the game, zooming out from specific players. I know you guys have had a lot of time to think about this. We've talked a lot about adjusting to the field position and in the wind conditions. Evan, let's start down at your end at the elements that you think are most important for these groups.
Yeah, well, let's start with the elements. It is less windy now than it was when this show began 30-something minutes ago. So that's trending, I think, in the Flyers' favor. But the biggest key in my mind is the Minnesota's next gen, their youth. Already mentioned some of the name. Quinn Snyder is another guy. Team Canada star, came into this league from Winnipeg a bunch of years ago and really looked like a super athlete, like a young Matt Rader. And Rader's at a different stage of his career than where he used to be. Quinn Snyder didn't win that many jump balls in the air last night, and he's going to need to win some of those tonight if they're going to win this game, because the Flyers, we know they're big. We know they have that big playability. Snyder and Krennic and Schopp and Jurley, the young guys, the next generation for Winchell. If they're going to win a championship, the time needs to be now.
I'm going to stay right on that same line, and I think it's the battle of the bigs. Last night, Seattle had a great game plan, but it felt futile unless they were willing to go to quadruple coverage on those end zone shots. It just didn't matter, and I think it's going to be really important for the bigs tonight, for both teams to step up. It might get sloppy. We're still expecting wind gusts, and you're going to have to win some 50-50 balls. I know that's not the way you want to design yours. Your season ends tonight, and you have to put it into some 50-50 jump balls. That's tough to, have worked since the beginning of the season for this. But whichever team can get their bigs in the right space, that they can empower their throwers to put the disc out in front of them even before the cut is set up if you're going upwind, whichever guys can get the body on the disc and prevent those shots from going the other team's way, I think that's going to be the difference that tips the scales.
Can I ask you to keep your coaching hat on? And if you're Ben Feldman tonight, you're trying to figure out how to limit specifically Henry Fisher's impact, a guy who predominantly played on their D-line and just wreaked havoc all night last night. What are you doing with your game plan to adjust for him?
I think it's a case of if you go too all in on that one part of the game plan, Carolina's going to punish you elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to try to limit the impact that a player like Fisher or Fairfax, depending on which line, can have. If you're trying to zero them out for 0 goals and 0 assists, the rest of that line is going to read into that and they're going to pick up and go. I think you need to find a way to say, can we make this as difficult as possible? Can we make sure he's using his legs on game 2 at altitude and really make it expensive for him in the first half so that you can contain it to a minimal impact?
And part of it might start on the mark as well. If the disc is up there and they're able to put it in a good spot, maybe you just kind of cross your fingers and hope a little bit. But if you're able to pressure it, especially earlier in the stall count on the mark, then maybe, if Carolina still wants to throw it with, a flatter mark that makes it a little bit more difficult of a throw, then maybe that could be an option as well.
Winchell also need to be ultra aware of where Henry Fisher is after a turn, because he's going to be out there playing defense. They need to give him a 20-yard under and not let him do damage deep, because that's where he killed Seattle last night.
That numbers up concept that we talked about on the broadcast is going to be pretty important in the wind. Alex, James, any other keys that you guys want to talk about for tonight?
Well, mine was pretty similar to Bryce's. I think I just put it in a different way, but just controlling the airspace. We've seen Carolina's ability to huck it. They want to huck the ball. And so I think just being a big part of tonight's game is going to be who's winning those matchups in the air. And I thought it was funny in the interview yesterday. I asked Denardis whether or not he thought hucking was a part of their identity, and he was a little, no, we'll take what they give you. Well, when you lead the league in huck attempts and then you throw at 25 hucks in the first semifinal, I think it's fair to say it is a part of your identity. So I think I disagree with Denardis a little bit on that point.
I think we've got Mike Denardis at yesterday's press conference talking about his team's interest in hucking if teams are going to let them do it.
Right? I think part of our identity is just finding the advantageous ways to attack teams. And so, if teams give us the ability to huck, we're going to huck. If teams give us the ability to run unders and run 4 or 5 unders in a row, we're going to do that. And, a lot of the teams that we played gave us the ability to huck. And, it's, I wouldn't say hucking is, our identity, but, we're certainly not scared to do it, and we've obviously done it a lot and done it successfully. So, we attack the way teams give us that, present it. And today I think we're going to see a lot of that, right? I think if you're running small ball and this stuff, you might be a little bit of a lunatic, but we'll see.
And a reminder that was yesterday morning, so there was absolutely no deception or trickery or disguise. Mike Denardis was pretty straightforward with his game plan and what you could expect. James?
I disagree with what he said. Teams didn't let them huck it. They just have really athletic cutters that are really good at throwing and really good at getting open, that it's hard to cover 5 downfield people that can all go deep at any time.
Sure.
So it's it's easy to take one player out and force them under, But then you've got someone else Terrence Mitchell you have to worry about. You've got Alan Laviolette who can go deep. You've got Toby Brooks who can go deep.
And all of those guys on the D-line who are capable of ripping it at a different point on the field, such that each of those guys are viable options, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most telling part of all of that was, like, at the end, he goes, if you want to do some small ball stuff, you might be a lunatic. It's like, that's all, that you could have, like, cut the first, like, 45 seconds of that interview and just put that up, and you're like, okay, I get a pretty good sense of what they're going to do tonight.
Coach Ben Feldman also kind of showed his hand a little bit in yesterday's press conference, at least identifying that, you know, as soon as the appropriate team makes the quickest adjustments earlier, they're going to have the advantage.
Extra fun, you know, getting our bodies physically ready and prepared and being ready to play tonight at the highest level has been a big focus the last 2 weeks. Strategically, I mean, we've rotated a lot of different sets and things. It's refining that and making sure we're mentally focused to work through those tonight and make adjustments as needed. And obviously the conditions we're faced with. So we knew we were probably be looking at some wind here early in the week, and there's been a lot of conversation about that. So I don't know. I think both teams tonight are going to be trying to figure out the right way to approach the game as we get into it, and the team that adjusts more quickly is probably going to be the one who has success. So.
Yeah, I love that, and that actually goes into my keys for the game. Games. I think it's going to be a tale of two games. First half is going to be super windy, similar to the wind chills game yesterday, and I think at halftime that wind's going to die down. It's going to be closer to what Carolina played in. So I think those adjustments are going to be very, very crucial. Wind chill played in this weather with the wind yesterday, so he's going to have an advantage there, but then Carolina's going to have that advantage in the second half, having not played in the wind.
Sorry, Evan, I thought you were about to say something. These guys have a lot to think about as they wrap up their warm-ups. We've still got more to come here on Game Day Live, brought to you by Power Up Trail Mix. When we come back, we'll take a closer look at this matchup. Keep it right here on WatchUFA.tv and Watch UFA's YouTube.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
Welcome back to Zions Bank Stadium. Just about 15 minutes from our championship matchup between the Minnesota Wind Chill and the Carolina Flyers. You know, this is the 12th championship game in the history of the Ultimate Frisbee Association. Got a second to take a quick look at the past and most recent champions in the association. We think back to some of the earliest days of the league. It's coming. Philadelphia Spinners, of course, capturing the first title in the Pontiac Silverdome.
Hey, we love Philadelphia.
That was also a different sport. Like what we saw last night was a different sport. 2012 UFA/AUDL, different sport.
The Toronto Rush, that was Mark Lloyd's heyday, capturing the title over the the Madison Radicals in 2013, and then who can forget the dominance that Bo Kittredge had on display? So many titles with the Spiders, the Roughnecks, and the Flamethrowers.
It's been a few years since we've had a close championship game. You know, the New York Empire really came out and took it to the shred in the first quarter last year and really took a lead against Chicago 2 years ago. And, you know, the Union made a little bit of a push, but the Empire never ceded control. 3 years ago, a game that had just 17 total turnovers, one of the cleanest games we've ever seen in this league, let alone playoff games, where the Flyers just played pristine ultimate and got some clutch blocks, and every late hold felt so pressure-packed and intense. I really hope we get to see something like that tonight, because obviously the entire season's on the line, and you're immortal on that graphic forever if you win this game tonight.
So let's turn our attention to this matchup and who you guys think is going to win. James, I'm putting you on the mark first, and let us know who you're thinking about.
I mean, I think it's kind of obvious with the color choice and shirt tonight. Give me the wind chill.
Okay, elaborate. What's going through your mind?
I think because they played in the higher win game yesterday, it's harder to game plan for that. And I think they're more prepared to play in the wind, and I could see them coming out with a big lead early on, and then maybe in the second half Carolina tries to claw back, but they're just going to be up too much.
Okay. Alex?
Yeah, well, I did like what the coach of the Minnesota Wind Chill was talking about. I think it's underrated that this is a doubleheader and that it's very physically taxing. And I like the fact that they're focused on coming out strong. I think teams can tend to get a little lazy in the wind. You expect the other team to turn it over, and sometimes that can affect how you play defense. You don't play as tight because you just know maybe they're going to turn one over. With that being said, I really like the fact that Carolina has a little bit more of championship DNA in them, and I think they will rise to the occasion. And I like Carolina pulling away slightly comfortably later in the game.
Is this your final answer, or is that changing like 3 more times in the next 10 minutes?
Ask me at halftime.
So basically, at this point, Kins has continued to pick against Minnesota. He's been wrong every time.
They're rejoicing in the Twin Cities
what do you
right
mean
now.
wrong every time? They lost last year, so I was right. So I'm 1 for 1. 1 for 2. Sorry.
1 for 2.
1 for 2.
No, because you switched to the breeze at halftime, or
I don't know. Okay, it was like 1.5. The line yesterday
Can we check
was
the
just
tape?
shaky.
Don't trust his pick.
Trump, can we check the tape here?
Don't trust Atkins' pick. You never know where he's leaning.
I am solidifying Carolina by 4 tonight, pulling away comfortably. You can put my firstborn on it.
Bryce, who you got?
Hard to believe you're single.
So I've got. I will not put any of my children on the line for the results of this game tonight. So I've got 2 points. This one was hard, especially after watching yesterday's game. You know, to bet against Minnesota. I think we've spent a lot of time talking about DC losing or being outmatched by the Carolina Cutters. They dispatched handedly several of the best club, Team USA, and UFA players that the league has seen last night.
Yeah.
And so here I am with that lead in to say I'm going to pick against them one more time.
Oh, wow.
I look at the graphic. I look at the graphic of the past championships, and you see a list littered with super teams that brought in these, really talented cores, and right smack dab in the middle of it is Madison and is the 2021 Carolina Flyers. And that's not to take away from the stars they had on their team.
Sure.
But I think it gives you a peek into the DNA of this Carolina team. They have a game plan. They have absolute confidence in it. And I think we have a chance to see Minnesota's young crew step up. But for right now, with that graphic and with what I saw last night on display from Carolina, I think I'm going to go with Carolina in a close game, winning in a very low-scoring affair.
Evan?
We're all operating under the premise that the wind is going to die down at halftime. We don't know what's going to happen with the weather, and we don't know how the teams are going to handle it tonight. It's a completely different game from last night, completely different matchups, completely different tactics. And the wind has died down considerably now, but it could pick up again in 30 minutes. The Carolina Flyers have been here before, and the experience that they've got with a bunch of college champions and club champions and past professional champions, I think, puts them in a great position to be successful tonight. But I also think Minnesota is ready for this moment, and I think they're going to get off to a good start. And I think, just like last night, they're going to have a lead into the second half of this game, at which point I think the Flyers championship experience will take over, and I like Carolina to sneak away with a 1-goal win. 18-17, low scoring, defensive struggle. The intensity is going to be at 11, especially late in this game. The matchups could get spicy. It's going to be a really fun game to watch. Maybe wishful thinking, perhaps, and hoping I get to call a 1-goal game down to the wire like this. But I think this matchup, we've never seen it before in the league. It's going to be really fascinating to watch. I'm so excited.
Are you calling for some buzzer beaters tonight then with that 1-point game? We saw none yesterday.
We will definitely have at least one buzzer beater tonight. I got to pull up the document I have on my computer. Thank you for reminding me, because I got a document with every buzzer beater in championship weekend history. End of the third quarter, Jacob Fairfax is going to catch a buzzer beater to give Carolina their first lead of the game.
Oh my God.
Other than perhaps an early hold.
So specific.
Fairfax at the buzzer at the third, going to seize momentum like we've seen Jeff Babbitt do in the past. Fairfax is going to be the championship weekend MVP.
I mean, not all 1-point games are the same. Is this a 1-point game where Minnesota scores with 30 seconds left to pull it within 1, but the game was already over? Or is this a game where Carolina scores within the last couple seconds in a tied close one?
Absolutely.
Clear as day. We're going to take one more break here. When we come back, we're going to go through our championship weekend MVP picks, which Evan just previewed. Don't go anywhere. More pregame action right here on Game Day Live, brought to you by Power Up Trail Mix.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
Well, if all of you were wondering why Evan Lepler was wearing sunglasses on set and none of us are, he was doing it to complete the look. This is the championship weekend MVP trophy, or chain, if you will, that will be handed out on the field after we crown our champion. And gentlemen, first of all, Evan, you're absolutely killing it right now. We've already got your championship weekend MVP.
Am I going to be a meme?
Yeah,
oh, absolutely.
I don't know.
I've never been a meme before.
I don't know if you looked at the Discord.
This is probably your best chance.
I don't know if you looked at the Discord, but it's already happened. Bryce, I want to know who you've got in mind as the championship weekend MVP.
We saw a lot from the bigs yesterday, and I think Fairfax took the lead on that. But I think I'm looking for the two-way player in Fisher to be our championship weekend MVP.
Kins?
Yeah, I really liked what Evan was saying. It's a good opportunity for the wind chill to show that, they could, in the future, we could be thinking about them as this talented squad, sort of how we're alluding to Carolina. I'm sticking with my pick. I'm sticking with a player from that team. I am going to go with Tobias. I think if he has another big game, he just has that ability to make big plays, it'll stand out in everyone's mind. So I'm going to go with the 19-year-old Tobias Brooks.
James?
Given that I chose the wind chill, surprisingly, I'm not going to pick a thrower.
Okay.
I'm going to pick it downfield. I think Bevon.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be key for them in the deep space if they want to win this game. And he had a solid game yesterday, making some big plays. So I think he'll do it.
I'm glad you brought him up because we haven't spent enough time talking about him. He's a big game player. He made big plays in the semifinals last year. And, yeah, he could be a true difference maker for a wind chill. I like that pick from the Minnesota perspective.
All right. 7 minutes away from...
And we should be clear. This goes home with the championship weekend MVP. This, 25-pound chain that I am...
That's how strong Evan Lepler is, folks.
Core strength personified right there.
So before we sign off, Atkins, what's your pick for the game?
Carolina. I forget the exact score. But you can pull it up when it comes out to be correct.
You don't think DC can do it tonight?
I think maybe next year.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. We're going to check back in with you three panelists at halftime. Evan and I are going to run up to the booth with Brian Jones. Thanks for making time with us here on Game Day Live, brought to you by Power Up Trail Mix. Keep your eyes on the Watch UFA YouTube channel. We are 6 minutes away from the Championship Saturday broadcast. Don't go anywhere. We crown a new champion in just a few moments.
Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working toward winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
I mean, it was an anti-sport. A bunch of ragtag kids together to make a sport and build a future. That's exactly what it was.
Anybody who wanted to play could play. No restriction.
We were pre-Title IX. There weren't any girls' sports teams.
There was more of a division of the sexes in the other sports that didn't exist in Frisbee.
I don't even know how to throw a Frisbee. Can you catch? I guess so.
Nobody wanted to get hurt playing on a parking lot, so we wanted to make sure that it was a non-contact sport.
You knew what right and wrong was.
You wanted people to be able to not come out of the game as though it was a war zone.
The one major unusual thing about Ultimate Frisbee is that there were no referees, and our vision was that this could become a huge sport.
Whammo had the vehicle to take this to another level.
Frisbee was another kid's toy. I don't think they were thinking, oh, this is a serious sporting device.
Maybe hippies threw around Frisbees, but they weren't playing ultimate.
Throw, catch, don't run. Very simple things.
Core Gang was about making it worldwide and getting it to the Olympics.
We wanted to create the foundation of ultimate as a sport. We're talking typewriters, writing letters with carbon paper to spread the gospel of ultimate Frisbee.
The Ultimate Frisbee Association is brought to you by Be Ultimate, enabling and inspiring athletes, trainers, coaches, and teams to be better than ever with performance-based apparel. Visit BeUltimate.com for official UFA threads. And by Power Up Premium Trail Mix, thoughtfully sourced, wholesome ingredients to confidently fuel every body. Get $2 off your purchase today. After a wacky, wild, and windy Friday night doubleheader, UFA's championship weekend culminates with a title matchup that no one saw coming. The Minnesota Wind Chill shocked the Frisbee universe by adapting and outlasting the DC Breeze in yesterday's semifinal. And now Minnesota meets the Carolina Flyers, who hucked their way past Seattle to survive and advance to Saturday night here in Salt Lake City. The 2024 UFA Championship Game features the Minnesota Wind Chill and the Carolina Flyers. Coming up next. It's game number 155, the final game of the 2024 Ultimate Frisbee Association season. As we welcome you to Zions Bank Stadium in Salt Lake City, the blustery conditions are subsiding slightly, and the last two teams standing are ready to hunt for breaks tonight. The Minnesota Wind Chill have never been in this spot before, but after a brilliant performance against the favorite, the East Champs, the DC Breeze last night, Minnesota in the finals for the first time, seeking their first title against this Carolina Flyers squad that got off to such a hot start this year. Had a little bit of a bump in the road on the way. Lost by 12 at DC, lost twice in Atlanta, but here are the Flyers, the 2021 champs, trying to become just the third franchise in UFA history to win multiple championships. 2024 championship weekend culminates with Minnesota and Carolina, and with that, we welcome you to our broadcast booth. Good evening, everybody. Evan Lepler, Ian Toner, Brian Jones, thrilled to be here with you for the finals of championship weekend. Brian, let's start with you. The Minnesota Wind Chill stymied the Breeze in lots of different ways last night. The Carolina Flyers are a different beast. Carolina handled the conditions last night better. How do you break down the matchup?
Well, both teams yesterday had great win strategy. They knew what they wanted to do. They came out prepared. And tonight is going to be a little different. It might be a tale of two halves. It was very windy just an hour ago. It looked like we were heading to another windy start, but the wind has really subsided. So how can you adjust? How can you get ready? Carolina hucked it a lot last night. Do they still do the same thing? They're going to have to adjust on the fly and figure out what works for them.
Ian, make the case for this Minnesota team, a squad that out of the Central Division few believe could really compete with a team like DC, but few believe that they compete with Salt Lake last year, and they were within a miracle from winning that game. Could they win another miracle and be the champions here tonight?
Well, the pressure is on Carolina as the favorite, and we know that Minnesota knows how to battle adverse conditions, but whether or not they're playing in aggressive, overly gusty wind or calmer conditions, they have a young core that is starting to hit its prime at exactly the right moment. The question tonight is, will that moment be too big for some of those players? There's a great opportunity ahead of them. They have throwing talent. They have receiving talent. They have defensive pressure. But what is going to happen when the pull goes up and they have that opportunity in front of them?
Well, they executed well down the stretch last night. That was the last upwind break that basically sealed the game. And this is a Minnesota team with 9 guys on the active 20, 24 years of age and younger. We think about the youth for the Flyers. They got a lot of guys in their mid-upper 20s, so dudes in their prime. But this Minnesota team, maybe they're arriving early, maybe they're ahead of schedule, or maybe this is the time. Now, the Flyers have been here before, but this is a different team. The veterans like Noah Saul and David Richardson, Justin Allen, Tim McAllister, they're not here, but they got a lot of young and hungry athletes and a lot of polished playmakers that know how to come up in the right spot when it counts.
Alan Laviolette is doing a great job leading on the offensive line. And you feel this youth movement. We talked about Tobias Brooks, but it feels different. In 2021, they talked about the pressure that they felt. This feels like a celebration for this team. They're hungry. They're ready to go. That's exactly where they want to be.
What about Henry Fisher last night, Ian? I mean, he's been a good player for a long time, but he hasn't necessarily taken over games this year on the D-line like he did last night.
He's my pick for championship weekend MVP at the moment. Of course, we still have the most important game of the weekend left to play, but there's just so much about his selflessness in coming back to the program and being able to do what the program needs, what the program wants, not just insisting on playing offense again. And not only did he approach it in that way, but then he came out and he executed in a way that just made every other receiver kind of look foolish and childish. He was not only making plays in the deep space, he was taken off after the turnover and becoming just an unguardable threat, and so crucial to Carolina converting breaks.
And Fisher on the D-line, a guy that can match up with Matt Rader or Quinn Snyder and then dominate after a turn. For Carolina's O-line, Tobias Brooks coming into his own. He is the young prodigy for the Flyers, and it feels like he is not fazed by the magnitude of the moment at all.
Right, he's just playing up to – he doesn't really know what this moment feels like in a lot of ways. He's too young to kind of know it, but he's risen up in a lot of different ways, whether that be throwing big hucks, whether that means getting big skies in between people. He's the type of player that plays big, right? He's not 6'3". He is not Henry Fisher size, but yet he's able to go up in a crowd and just go for it. He's got the fountain of youth and just being able to find ways to get it done, be explosive athletes. It's awesome to watch him.
We talk about the importance of Minnesota's youth, and for their O-line, Will Brandt, he's got to be the field general. He had some nice moments last night. He also certainly had some moments that he wanted back. The drop pull to start the second half, certainly among them. What do you see from Will Brandt tonight? Can he be a takeover player in a championship game?
I think he can. I think we saw him rise to the occasion in the semifinals last year when they fell just short against Salt Lake. I don't think that was his own. That one was on his shoulders. I think he's grown so much over the course of this year. I think he's learned from last night. I think he has a ton of throws and confidence in his toolbox that I'm expecting him to have a more marquee performance this evening.
Let's talk about keys to the game. Let's start with Minnesota. Brian, what's most important in your mind for the wind chill? Wind or no wind, blustery conditions, or whether it settles down, how do the wind chill win this championship?
Well, I'm looking over your shoulder right now to see how much the flags are moving, and they've died down considerably, which I think actually is going to be a huge challenge for the wind chill. You've come into this game. We talked about the advantage of pregame. I heard it from all of you. They're ready for these conditions. Well, guess what? This flag is as still as it felt over the last 2 days, right? This is calm conditions compared to what we had. So I'm concerned that wind chill is going to come out with the same strategy as yesterday when they don't need it. And they have to be ready to possess a little bit more, and we'll see how Carolina does it.
And for the Carolina Flyers, we know many of these guys have been here before. I can report a bit of breaking news. Mike Denardis, who's been the coach of the Flyers since 2015, expects this to be his final game as head coach of the franchise. He will stay on as owner, but this will be the last time, potentially, that he is the sideline commander. So for the Flyers to send him out with a championship, what do they got to do?
I think this group is so versatile and dynamic and capable that they can play the super windy strategy where they need to throw 25 hucks and be successful, and they can also play Carolina Ultimate that is highly possession-oriented and doesn't necessarily need to take as many risks. I just think this group is capable of playing in so many different ways that there's no one particular formula that they need. Mike is going to analyze the conditions. He's going to see what his players are experiencing, and I have faith in him dialing up exactly the game plan they need.
You've watched Mike Denardis. You've studied him. You've coached against him. What do you expect from Mike D on the sidelines tonight to engineer this Flyers championship?
Well, we talked about it in pregame, and last night he even talked about it. They came into the Seattle semifinal ready to huck it, and they threw a ton of hucks, and it was sometime in the third quarter when the wind died down where he said, we got to pull it back a little bit, right? Both teams here are prepared for the win. Which team pulls it back first? I think Mike Denardis has his finger on the pulse. He's done that, had the experience for in-game adjustments, so I expect him to figure out what the right move is in the first quarter and go from there.
All right, the stage is set. It's the 12th UFA Championship game, and it's the first ever meeting in the Ultimate Frisbee Association between the Minnesota Wind Chill and the Carolina Flyers. We'll take a timeout. Opening pull from Zions Bank Stadium here in Salt Lake City. Coming up. Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
Well, we are about 10 minutes past 7 o'clock here at Zions Bank Stadium in Salt Lake City, a sparkling facility that has gone wild for their hometown Shred. Unfortunately, there's an audio issue in the public address system right now, which has delayed the start of the game, something that I imagine Minnesota coach Ben Feldman is not pleased with because the wind chill we're expecting and, frankly, hoping to play as much of this game as possible, Brian, in super windy conditions. Tobias Brooks getting ready to go. The longer this game is delayed at the start, and there's Will Selfridge. Those guys were U20 teammates on the USA national team. That's cool. Terrence Mitchell, one of the guys that's been here before. Bevon obviously has had a tremendous career. But as the poll is delayed minute by minute, it can't feel great for the wind chill.
It's one of those situations where if you've been here before, you kind of go through the gamut being prepared for anything. And if you're Minnesota, you've got to wonder, right, they're going to have this excited energy. Of course, Carolina will have that too. But for Minnesota, this is the first time that most of these players have been in this big of a moment. And so it's going to be a little harder to handle this delay. And it's one of those situations where it favors the more experienced team to figure out how to handle this, be ready, be relaxed, yet ready to go once it becomes time.
Well, the wind certainly has died down, even plopping from 9 to 13 moments ago on the tracker. It is not like it was when we got here a couple hours ago and we could barely stand up without getting pushed over. And it's interesting. And, I mean, you guys have both been in the situation where you warm up in one condition and then by the time the game starts, it's the warm-ups were only partially helpful.
I kind of hate the downtime like this, or at least I did in my playing career. I think Brian hit the nail on the head where this is a situation that favors the people who have the experience, who have the poise, who can just understand that, hey, this is an uncontrollable. I'm just going to keep focusing on myself, whether that means getting some extra throws in, whether that means doing some more dynamic stretching, doesn't matter. But I never liked these situations, whether it was an extended delay or a bye in the middle of a tournament weekend that wouldn't allow you to play 3 or 4 games in a row. They weren't my favorite.
Can we talk about what Minnesota's offense looks like if the wind dies down? I mean, last night the wind chill were 4 for 20 on Hucks in gale force wind conditions. But they're a team like we saw in the first half against New York at TCO Stadium in July. They can get streaky and get hot. The question is, can they do that against the Flyers' defense?
They certainly can. I think for them, right, now that they're seeing that the wind has died down, if they've already made the adjustment saying, hey, we got to go with our non-windy game plan, they could be ready to go. This is a talented team. Will Brandt is a fantastic thrower, whether it's wind or no wind. A great pivot handler, and they can throw it deep, break the mark. And I think there's an opportunity for them to be successful here.
I also think back to that matchup between New York and Minnesota in the regular season and how Anthony Nunez talked to you guys mid-game and said, yeah, Minnesota's hitting right now, but, and I'm paraphrasing here, the law of averages indicates that they're going to regress to the mean and come back down to earth over the course of the second half. So, yes, they have the explosive capability, but I don't think that can be their one trick in conditions that allow so many different versions of offense to be run.
Well, it's also the same challenge for Carolina, right?
Right.
They can't necessarily go with the same strategy that they did last night of hucking it. And Minnesota's a bigger team. right? If you came out with the same strategy, yeah, they're not as big as Henry Fisher, but they're at least going to get more size on Carolina than Seattle. And so this is just a game of adjustments, right? You're adjusting from the previous night, and it's a hard thing to do. Ian, you and I have been a part of tournaments. First day it's windy, the next day it's clear, and all of a sudden your offense is used to, okay, we can be taking risks and we're going to get it back. And now all of a sudden you don't get the disc back when you turn it over, and you find yourself down a few breaks and that you shouldn't be in a normal condition game. And that's what I'm worried about for Minnesota here.
Certainly looks like the fans are ready to watch a championship game. The Utah Ultimate community has been so excited about this event ever since it was announced early this year. And there are a bunch of Flyers fans here, and there are a ton of Wind Chill fans. They were making a ton of noise last night in their 3-goal win over DC. And then later in the evening, it was the Carolina Flyers outlasting the Seattle Cascades and winning by 4. Wind Chill fans got their to-do list. Klain throws dime. Can't guard Jordan Taylor. Tristan saves the day. We'll see how many things the Wind Chill fans can check off. I mean, they got their keys to the game in the stands. They're ready to go.
Somebody needs to come up with Minnesota bingo. Put that on a card. Winner gets some discs, right?
It's interesting here to watch both these teams handle this break and this delayed start. Minnesota, every one of them is up and throwing, and Carolina is just relaxing, maybe a few dynamic warm-ups on the sideline, but there is just a calm, collective energy to Carolina, and there may be a good nervous energy for Minnesota. You can read a lot into these things, and we're just doing guessing. You never know how it's going to turn out. Every team has their own vibes. Now Carolina decides, all right, maybe we've been sitting around for too long, and they take the field a little bit. But still, a couple guys taking their time, relaxing.
Yeah, Snell looks like he's enjoying that comfortable seat over there. And look, the Flyers are not going to have any roster changes. At least they were not planning on any barring any last-minute quirks. For Minnesota, they had to insert Christian Johnson at the end of warm-ups yesterday when Sam Berglund tweaked his hamstring, and Brett Bergmeyer, the other iceberg dude, got hurt late in the game yesterday in the collision with Thomas Edmonds. He is out tonight. There's a chance that Tanner Barkis will be inserted into the lineup, and he's a guy with North Carolina roots that's been coming on strong, so there's another interesting storyline there. Barkis from Durham, played for the University of North Carolina B team, was a practice player for the Flyers, so you would certainly be very excited to get tabbed at the last minute, number 14 for Minnesota.
Well, and I'm sure he's learned either directly or indirectly from Mike DeNardis. And I want to go back to your breaking news at the top of the broadcast. I mean, Mike has been the face of the Flyers franchise and just such a leader for the entire Carolina Ultimate community, but also coaches around the country. You have conversations with folks like Bryce Merrill and others who have gone on to grow the game and grow talent in their communities, and all of them rave about what Mike DeNardis did in his community, and they rave about, hey, he's always able to find the iteration of the strategy or the talent combination that works best for the group that he has that season. They are shameless in saying, hey, look, I just stole that concept from Mike D, and I'm bringing that here to my practice, to my college team, and having them implement it because he has been at the forefront of coaching innovation for so long. So the fact that he's retiring is an unbelievably bittersweet development given how much he's accomplished and how much he's meant to so many people around the community.
And I think he'll still be involved. He could even be an assistant coach, helper type player. He'll still be the owner of this team going forward. And look, I think he could be the head coach one day again down the road, 5, 10, 15 years from now, perhaps. Sure. But Mike's got kids that are now playing sports. He wants to enjoy more of that. And to be a head coach in this league, Brian, as you know, requires an extraordinary time commitment. So I asked him before the game, are you okay if I share? And he's like, yeah, let people know if they want to be the head coach of the Flyers, they should apply.
Yeah, it's a tough job. It's all-consuming when you first do it. You just give everything you have mentally, because when you're first trying to prove yourself as a head coach, and I got to see Mike DeNardis do that from coaching North Carolina, helping with Iowa one year at College Nationals back in 2010 and 2011. And seeing him go through that progression, it takes every fiber of your being to try to grow this team and this community that he has in North Carolina. And he's had help from other people for sure, but he has been a key figure in the North Carolina scene, and it just takes everything you got. And you see it in Mike D's commitment, and you see it in other coaches' commitments, and it's almost like kids can kind of be a retirement, an early retirement for coaches, or maybe a temporary retirement, as Evan put it.
Well, we continue to await the start of the 12th championship game here in the Ultimate Frisbee Association. And now we got some music being played through the speakers, which is a good sign because we were dealing with some audio issues, not on the broadcast, but here at Zions Bank Stadium. And hopefully the music now playing in front of us from a big portable speaker suggests that we are closing in on the start of this game. But you know, the conditions ever changing, minute by minute, second by second, throw by throw. But that young fellow is undeterred by the blustery conditions.
With every one of these youngsters I see here, I just can't help but wonder which one of these guys is going to be that clip that we go back to 15 years from now. And here's a young superstar X, back before he could throw, getting his first taste of professional ultimate at championship weekend.
Well, the crowd continues to file in, and we close in on the start of this championship game. The Flyers get some extra throws in, the wind chill are as well. There's the complex. There's apparently some wildfires that have created some haze in the air, and that has diminished sight lines of the majestic Wasatch and Ochre Mountains. But it's still always a pleasure to come to Utah and to see this ultimate community grow and thrive in the Salt Lake Shred. Certainly a great representation of that. Wind speed now down to 7 miles per hour. Again, it's going to be a constantly changing thing. Ben Feldman does not look thrilled, understandably so. So we are delayed at the start, but hopefully closing in on the opening pull. Looks like the teams are being brought together. And there's a playground here too. We got everything here at Zions Bank Stadium. Looking for some audio on the public address system. And then we've got the championship game. Minnesota, Carolina, opening pull cannot be too far away. Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today. Quite a scene here at Zions Bank Stadium as we get set for the introductions of the Minnesota Wind Chill and the Carolina Flyers.
We know everyone is holding up the current UFA Championship trophy at the conclusion of this game. We also hope tonight's festivities are celebrating each team's journey in this moment. Before we get started, we have a couple quick announcements. Reminding you that our concession booth is open on the far left side from your perspective to Tito's Grill, providing hot food and drinks, including beer, to be served all the way through the end of the third quarter. Over on the right side, we've got Chick-fil-A, so make sure you're supporting our local stadium. We also want to shout out DBOS Outdoor. We'll talk more about it as we get into it, but we do have a raffle going on that's free to enter. Make sure you go by the DBOS Outdoor booth and enter a free raffle. We'll be announcing the winner of that later on in the game. All right, who's ready for some roster announcements? Let's do it. First off, our Central Division champion, the Minnesota Wind. Number 1. Number 3, Brian Manuka. Number 4, Atkins. Number 5, Jordan Taylor. Number 6, Christian Johnson. Number 13, Owen Foley. Number 18, Jordan Russell. Number 23, Owen Williams. Number 24, Thomas Schiller. Number 28, Aaron Lindsay. Number 29, Josh Delaney. Number 30, Leo Fernandez. Number 40, Max Alvin. Let's go! Number 56, let's fucking go! Number 61, Brandon Madison. Number 98, Nick Snyder. And number 9, Tristan Vinny Hotel. Number 1, the Bryce Merrill. Number 3, Henry Bishop. Number 4, Seth Weaver. Number 6, Jordan Atkins. Number 7, Grayson Stammer. Number 8, Terrence Windsor. Number 9, Matt Tucker. Number 10, Ethan Bloodworth. Number 11, Alec Angeles. Number 12, William Coffin. Number 15, Drew Swanson. Number 16, Anders Hughes. Number 19, Cooper Williams. Number 20, Jacob Fairfax. Number 25, John Willis. Number 32, Christian Felix. Number 45, Eliza Long. Number 71, Prince Michelin. Number 77, Dan Snell. And number 80, Calvin. We're on our coach, Paul Henry Aviators, who by assistant coach, Michael Drew. And now, please stand as you're able and remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem. Please join us in welcoming up here in the booth tonight's national anthem singer, Miss Riley Anderson of Provo, Utah.
Oh, say, can you see
Game faces are locked in, and these two teams are ready to fight for 4 quarters in pursuit of championship immortality. The Minnesota wind chill.
We're going to try that again. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Andrew. Thank you. All right, Mr. Park, let's see what you got.
Minnesota wind chill are ready to start this game. Ethan Bloodworth, Trevor Lynch, and William Coffin representing the Flyers. Anoka, Berry, and Madison.
Hey, y'all scoot in a little bit for me,
for the wind chill.
Here's the deal. I expect y'all are going to play the hardest you played all season for the championship, right? Only thing I ask is that you play with as much spirit as you play with intensity. Fair enough? Something comes up during the game, you have a question, something you want to talk about, you can come and talk to any of us. If it's like this, we'll hear you all night long. Fair enough? Please help me with jewelry. Please take that stuff off. All right? Other than that, guys, Terry Gaither's here. He's going to do our honorary coin flip. So I'm going to turn the coin over to him. All right. They are the away team. All right. I have red. Please and blue. What you color you like? Go on blue. Go on blue. That's blue. Take defense. Take defense. Okay, so as we do, if you'll give a receiving signal in there, and there you go. I love it. Terry. That's yours. Thank you. Good luck, guys. Guys, good luck to you guys. We're starting in 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Good luck out there, y'all.
We've waited half an hour. We'll only have to wait 1 more minute. Blake Grundy is the head referee tonight, working alongside Julie Gordon, Daniel Wong, and Jonathan Monforti. Minnesota wind chill, the Central Division champs, taking down Madison in the Central Final. The Carolina Flyers finished second in the regular season in the South Division, but they knocked off Austin at home, and then 2 weeks later defeated the Atlanta Hustle by 1, running out the clock on the Hustle's championship dreams. Carolina's going to start on offense, and we're going to get an early look at what the wind is going in this direction. Upwind scores right to left last night were critically important, and particularly in the first game were very rare, but the wind has subsided considerably, and the Flyers are ready to go. Starting 7 for Carolina: Alan Laviolette, Tobias Brooks, Jacob Fairfax, Elijah Long, Terrence Mitchell, Anders Jungst, and Dylan Hawkins.
And not only has the wind subsided, Evan, but it looks like it's going the other direction from yesterday. And we've seen the gusts pick up, Ian. We've seen them be still. We've seen them be apocalyptic levels of wind for regular Ultimate Frisbee. We'll see which team adjusts.
Minnesota has been known for its pulls. Cameron Lacey gets us started. The 2024 UFA Championship Game begins with a drop. Alan Laviolette with a turnover on his own goal line, and immediately Minnesota capitalizes. Vandy Mortel to Hansen. Wind chill break. 17 seconds in.
If the wind truly has shifted that way, this is another example of Cameron Lacey elevating his game at championship weekend when other D-line stalwarts have gone down. Look at the way that he executes this beautiful opening pull, allowing the D-line to get down there and apply pressure immediately. This is a dream start for Minnesota, and they're getting contributions from Cameron Lacey and others who are stepping up while others are getting injured.
What a mistake to start off the match. And now Carolina has to go upwind to get their first point. Good news is nobody's tired.
Look at this pull. Clangs into the back bracket, and Dylan Hawkins deep in the caverns of his own end zone, working with Elijah Long. First touch for Jacob Fairfax.
Looks like Paul Krennic has drawn the Tobias Brooks matchup to start here.
Lacey on Mitchell. And Hawkins swings it for Youngst with DeClercq there defensively. And Laviolette dropped another. This one was a little bit less straightforward than the last, but still a shocking sight to see. And Tristan Vandy Mortel has another assist. 2-0 wind chill.
I don't know what I'm more shocked by. The second drop from Laviolette, or how easily Krennic just walked by Toby Brooks to that front cone right there.
It's all about transitions in the wind. I mean, that's a riser. It's going high on Laviolette. That's going to happen in this game. We'll see more of those tonight should the wind continue. But you're right. It's been 2 goals right to the cone right after the turnover. In wind games, it's really important to transition. And it's still early. We have almost a minute, 15 seconds elapsed here. These are big points for Minnesota. You want to start this way, obviously. But now Carolina's going down when they have a chance to settle things down. And I would be shocked if they weren't able to do so.
D-line out here on the field for Carolina with Snell and Weaver anchoring.
Downfield, it's Grayson Sanner, William Coffin, Ethan Bloodworth, and my goodness! William Coffin just fumbled it away.
Number 42, Anthony Shirley with the net.
Speechless at the start for the Flyers. Klain to the end zone, finds Noah Hansen. 3-0 Minnesota. If this were a video game, the Flyers would hit the reset button right about now and start again.
I mean, these are the kind of mistakes that you'd be expecting Minnesota to be making in this game, right? Given how much experience and accomplishments this Flyers resume and personnel have under their belt, it looks like they're the team that's never been on a stage like this before.
Yeah, they got to find a way to right the ship and right it quick. The drops are going to happen in the wind game, but it's where they happen, right? And then after that, Minnesota, Josh Klain playing some D-line, one of the best throwers we've seen in the game, finds a way to get it to the end zone.
I don't think the wind chill can keep this up, but they are averaging a goal for every 1.6 passes. 3 goals, they're 5 for 5. Mind-boggling start here in Salt Lake City, and Laviolette full extension prevents another Flyers miscue. Can Carolina just figure out a way to settle in? Remember a championship weekend last year, we saw the Austin Soul get back-to-back breaks on the New York Empire, the first 2 points in the semifinals. And obviously the New York Empire still won handily at the end of the night. But this certainly feels different. Minnesota team playing with a growing, steady confidence. And another Flyers drop. What is going on here? Can Minnesota stay perfect? Mitchell deflects it, but it's kept alive. To the end zone. Will it stay in bounds? Yes!
I mean, Brian, did it look to you like the Carolina Flyers just kind of gave up when that shot went up?
Oh, they're shell-shocked right now. There's no question about it. I'm looking at Mike DeNardis. This is a timeout call. This is automatic for me. You have a team right now that, yeah, the mistakes are happening because of the wind. The drops are going to happen, but the effort on the turn has to be better. And that's what you need right now. This team is shocked. They are surprised, and they haven't been able to get it together, and it's slowly unraveling. Not even slowly unraveling, that's the wrong way to put it. It is just completely unraveled so far. I can't believe it. We're watching the wind in this game, right? It's been going left to right all day long. It settled down a half an hour before the game. It looked like we were playing in calm conditions, and right before this opening poll, it has just been picked up.
And switched directions entirely.
It's like we're living in the upside down, Stranger Things style. Everything different than what we expected as Snell says, why not shoot it to Henry Fisher, but it's Brandon Mattis, the longest tenured member of the Minnesota Wind Chill, the all-time franchise leader in games played, who gets the block.
I don't hate that decision downwind. High stall situation, avoid the short field turnover.
They just got to find their energy. More than anything else, settle in.
Plain launching for Mattis, and it's intercepted by Fisher. That's the first Wind Chill turnover after they scored 4 goals on their first 10 completions.
There are no wrist flips out here on this field. You have to get low, lunge, and provide full snap on every release.
Youngst to the end zone. Mattis denies Fisher again.
Carolina smartly double teams Josh Klain. They should continue to do so. Deny him the disc. Here's Snell with that big mark.
And gets it around with a backhand to Mattis. Klain rips it as hard as he can. All the way to the end zone, and it's dropped on the layout for Anthony Gurley. There's just such an odd vibe right now for both teams.
It's one of those moments where you're afraid you're never going to score again. If you've been in this slop, as Carolina has, in this moment, it's got to just calm down and get that first score.
Laviolette to Fisher, and finally, the Flyers find a way into the end zone.
I mean, Carolina exhaling, but that could have been 5-0 right there.
Could have been, and you got to wonder.
Should have been.
Should have been 5-0. It was an incredible throw from Klain. And, you know, if you're Carolina with the amount of drops you have, and you see this first shot, I don't blame them. Launch it deep. Fisher gets it back, and I think they feel that sigh of relief to try another shot. There's some contact here. Definitely some contact. I liked the no call.
Yeah, so did I.
Originally. Yeah, I still like it.
Yeah.
That was 5-0 in Gurley's grasp. 80 yards the other way. Laviolette picks up the assist. All right, Carolina, not the first time its D-line has been on the field, but it's the first D point for the Flyers. After Minnesota began the game with 4 consecutive breaks.
Quinn Snyder.
Quinn Snyder, Leo Savell-Fernandez.
Nice offhand there.
Crafty throw by number 30, Leo Savell-Fernandez.
Danny Mortel to Snyder. Brandt downfield, being chased by Coffin, and the Wind Chill give it away. Snyder looking for Larson on the flick side. Davis there defensively, and a break opportunity for Carolina. And another drop for Coffin. Carolina had 3 drops in the semifinals yesterday. They've had 5 in the first 6.5 minutes tonight. Danny Mortel has been massive at the start of this game for Minnesota. Push pass from Brandt.
Look at all these throws that are possible going in the downwind direction. Brandt is making happen.
Larson for Barry. 5-1 Wind Chill.
stall situation on the sideline. What does Brandt do? Just throw an elevator backhand using his size. Later, in a tough reset situation, he throws a push pass. And I know those look like small, short yardage throws, but they keep the offense moving at a time when it's stagnating.
It's so hard in this moment. Coffin's got to make that catch. In these moments, you've had the one. You had one earlier, looking away, looking downfield. You've got to bring that in. But you're right, Ian. I love the point that you made. All of the marks going downwind have to keep that right hand high, because it doesn't matter the team. That backhand in that situation is going to be dangerous as a weapon. And you saw it for Minnesota. They're keeping it on this side of the field, on the near side of the field.
You know, I think back to the 2019 USA Ultimate Men's College Championship, and what did Brown do against North Carolina and Colorado? They punished people going downwind with high release backhands. And the question is, can this institutional knowledge from Carolina learn from that? But here's another turnover.
Great pressure defense from Minnesota, but an excellent recovery from Anders Jungst, denying the Minnesota charge.
This is chaos.
This has to be a huck right now. You have to put this downfield. You cannot have any other option. Got to get it in bounds.
We got a free 10 yards. Contact called on the mark.
I love Laviolette as a thrower here, but I would give it to Fairfax and I would send it.
Well, the numbers for the Flyers so far are ugly. They're 1 for 5 on hucks. They're 1 for 7 on O-line possessions.
You know, did I say they had to huck it before? I think they can work it.
Number 11, Laviolette work again on this point in the backfield.
Wow, miscommunication. Fairfax and Laviolette just not on the same page at all. And what do we got?
Some contact between Rader and Fairfax.
Yeah, Rader
was stumbling.
Calling the foul. And Carolina's going to keep the disc.
I believe that is an integrity call.
Unbelievable to see an integrity call with these stakes in the championship game. Great sportsmanship there from Rader.
Brooks back to Laviolette. Seeking a reset. Now Scoobers to the back corner, and he's got a wide open Fairfax.
Things starting to settle down. I mean, but the wind chill, they could be up 5-0 and then could be up 6-1. They get this first turnover, and you got to just do a better job. I mean, that could have been a timeout call, get your offense to the field. I mean, I know you've been rolling and everything's been going your way, but you have a chance. Carolina's a dangerous team. This is a 3-goal deficit with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. This isn't over, right? It's a shocking start, but you're letting them get their confidence back and settle it down and keep your foot on the gas.
And we were talking on the pregame show about who we expected to be championship weekend MVPs, and you were talking about Jacob Fairfax, predicting that he was going to catch a buzzer beater at the end of the third quarter. That could still happen. Were you expecting this to be preceding that?
I did say I thought the Minnesota wind chill would get off to a good start, but I didn't think it would be because Carolina forgot how to catch the Frisbee. I mean, it's been a stunning start for the Flyers from that perspective. They look completely overwhelmed. Minnesota was mentally and physically much better at the start of this game. But now let's see if they can sustain it, because it's a long game. Ben Snell sending Fisher all the way to the end zone, and what is it with that spot? We get another drop on the goal line.
Carolina has been trying to get Minnesota pinned to this sideline where they're starting off here and taking away that easy dump, but look at this hammer. A lot of guts to throw it, but a lot of space to do it in.
Great find. Now Jordan Taylor's going deep. Anoka takes the more conservative pass to Snyder, who resets for Brandt. And here's Vandy Mortel. And Tristan Vandy Mortel has been the top field general in this game so far. Josh Klain probably a close second, both members of the wind chill. Snyder can't keep it alive.
the wind just makes throwing and catching harder. It just does. And you see these soft tosses that can get affected. They can either float and jump in the air or get pushed to the ground, in this case, with the wind chill going downwind.
Nobody going deep. And Elijah Long just gives the disc right back to the wind chill.
And the wind is picking up. I mean, Evan, you said it. I was convinced we were going to be playing in calm conditions, but this wind keeps moving around, and it's getting worse.
10th turnover of the quarter for the Flyers. Remember the championship game 3 years ago, they had 7 turnovers in 4 quarters. That disc just dove downward at the last second. Intended for Larson.
Good point from Big Cherry, saying that clock should have stopped when the disc went out the back of the end zone because we're under a minute remaining.
Fisher at 6'6", makes the leap and catch. This point began with 3:12 left in the first. Now down to 30 seconds. Clock will stop as the disc crosses the sideline. 24 seconds for Minnesota.
What was that throw?
Wind impacted. Wind chill impacted. Did not have a buzzer beater in either game yesterday. Hammer for Vinoka. Incomplete. Snell gets a piece. Clock stops with 4 seconds left. Ben Feldman trying to get a double team. Flyers are going to have to throw a pass. Snell. Low throw. Velas rips it the length of the field. Intercepted, knocked down. And that's the end of the first. You can have all the pregame conversations and break the numbers down. You can really know what you're talking about, and then you realize you still don't know much. Because no one envisioned the first 12-minute segment quite like this. Minnesota leads 5-2. Still got 3 quarters of this left here on Championship Saturday night. Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
Well, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but that was one of the worst quarters in the history of the Carolina Flyers franchise. They scored twice. They turned it over 12 times. Their O-line was 2 for 9. Their D-line was 0 for 5 on break chances, and yet it's a 3-goal game, and there's a long way to go here tonight.
And it could have been a 6-1 lead for the wind chill. It could have been even worse. I mean, you've been in those games, Ian. I've been in those games when you just, everything's going wrong. It snowballs for a little bit. And this is the moment here to see if Carolina's regained their confidence. Defensively, they are trying to push the wind chill to the far side of the field and pin them there. Make them throw flicks, Don't let them throw those dangerous elevator backhands that we saw. And they had some turnovers. They got opportunities out of it. The question is, can they score going upwind? Minnesota didn't have to work very hard for their upwind scores. Josh Clayton had one beautiful huck, but the first one, that dropped from Laviolette.
No, I'm with you. I wonder, as we take a look at the Carolina D-line out here getting set to pull, how quick Mike D might be to pull the timeout trigger here in the second quarter, given what he saw from his group in the first quarter and their inability to have confidence with the disc and establish any kind of rhythm.
As soon as you get it past half field and play stalls, and you don't have flow, that's when I would call the timeout, get your offense on the field. Just waiting for the T-shirt cannon to do its job, and then we can start.
Fans love a T-shirt cannon. Everywhere, in every city, in every sport. Of the 12 Flyers turnovers, 5 of them were drops. 2 for Coffin, 2 for Laviolette, 1 for Long. Minnesota begins the second on offense with Klain forwarding it for Brandt. High release backhand for Rader. And a quick inside forehand for Leo Savell Fernandez, who dishes for Colin Berry. Vinoka open and firing. Leo Savell Fernandez is there.
What a shot.
I mean, this is a guy who's been around the Minnesota community for so long, but been unable to commit to the wind chill. Ben Feldman has been begging him every season, hey, how can we make this work? And you can see how well he fits into this offense and what he adds to this group. He's distributing. We saw him have some nice offhands to keep the offense moving in the first quarter. And here, what does he do? He does his job to keep the disc moving, and then he becomes a viable option attacking downfield off the rail.
And that's a hard throw to throw there for Vinoka.
Yeah.
To put the right edge on it in these conditions, it's not easy to be a downwind thrower. That was picture perfect. We saw it yesterday in windy conditions. Downwind throws were not automatic.
Think about how much Bevon's game has grown as a thrower and a decision maker relative to when he first started out in the league. It's unbelievable what he's been putting together this season for this team.
And at age 34, he might be playing the best ultimate of his career.
It's what I said in our championship weekend preview, and I stand by it.
Flyers have not figured it out. Lacey with the easy block. And here comes Minnesota again, led by Tristan Vanny Mortel and Cameron Lacey. Vanny Mortel breaks the mark. Paul Krennic. Vanny Mortel, contact in the end zone, a catch, maybe an injury.
Wow.
But it's a wind chill score for the moment.
I thought there was grounds for a foul call or a pick call.
It is a goal. And the Flyers are less concerned about the score and more concerned about the status of their injured teammate,
Anders Jungst.
Hard to tell exactly what happened there. Noah Hansen has his 3rd goal. Tristan Vanny Mortel has his 3rd assist.
Yeah, okay. That's just unfortunate. I don't think that's a pick or a foul. I misinterpreted that in live action. You know, Durr's trying to peel off, and the wind doing crazy things, and contact happening at an unfortunate angle.
Glad to see him walk off the field. Hope he's okay. That's another short field turn for Carolina, right? They had the game plan to huck it last night against Seattle, and so far in this game, they have given the wind chill 3 golden opportunities upwind. And you can't do that in this level of wind.
I mean, last night, Carolina finished the game with 25 hucks. We're in the second quarter, and they've only attempted 4.
1. Minnesota's won the energy battle. Minnesota's won the execution battle.
It's a great double team there from Barkas.
Better defense by the youngster, Thomas Shope. 18 years old in the UFA Championship Game, and Krennic trying to find Madison. Do we get a timeout call before the turn? We got a whistle, and we got a Minnesota timeout before the giveaway. Another wind chill celebration. Ben Feldman, take a bow.
They are locked in. They know how to play in this wind. It is nuts to see them be this ready, Carolina to be this shell-shocked.
Two guys clear out the line.
Whatever you want. Let's go. What we want is an easy pass. Easy pass.
Who has the ball and who do you want? Who do you want filling? Tristan, and then Devon and then Gordon. Yeah, hey, we do have one time out. 1, 2.
What do you think of the energy in the huddle there?
It felt a little frenetic to me.
They're excited for good reason. They haven't been perfect yet. This could be an even better result right now.
What kind of high release is Brant going to throw to get out of this?
He breaks the mark and finds Vinoka. Larson to the end zone for a wide open Jordan Taylor.
I mean,
3-0 wind chill here in the second.
I know we've got crazy wind conditions, but that was just textbook red zone offense, right? Break the mark, dump, swing, continue to change the angle of attack, and the continuation opens up. As we get another look at Shope's block and the continuation to Taylor.
They're doing a great job on defense and getting enough opportunities after Will Grant made that first pass out of the double team. They had Carolina on the ropes. They had the advantage, and they kept it the entire way through that possession.
It is just absolutely flabbergasting to see Carolina so confused, so tentative, so timid. Another miscue there, just handling the pull. Here's Brooks, ripping it long. Fairfax, the intended target, deflected by Jurley, and knocked down by Minnesota's Cam Lacey.
And that's fine, but you got to now win the energy battle on defense. You got to fight away. You got the field position. You got to find a way to get it back.
I mean, am I crazy? Does Carolina? It's moot now because Minnesota just turned it over.
What were you going to say? Because Carolina could turn it again here.
Well, does Carolina not just have to immediately, aggressively front everyone, given the aggressive upwind condition that Minnesota would be traveling in?
They absolutely do, and they did it, and now they get the goal.
Brooks to Sanner.
Look, we can analyze this, but it's pretty simple. Carolina wasn't ready to catch the disc and play in the wind. And now they're on the back foot, and they have to regain their energy and confidence. The wind chill game plan was perfect from the start, right? Credit to the wind chill. They're in good position. They haven't made those critical mistakes. And Carolina now, you look at this huck and you're going, did they really need that? They turn it over again. They're getting the disc back in a better position. They're playing the field position battle. In these games, the team that's willing to do that the most in this wind, the first team usually seizes the moment, and you can see how big of a difference it makes. There's still time left, but it's about finding that energy and that edge. And Carolina right now is searching for the technical answer, and it's not technical. Go play your hearts out.
Grant marked by Coffin. Colin Berry. How good has Tristan Vandy Mortel been so far tonight? Oh, nearly a turn. Instead, to the end zone, it's Brandt. Feels like wind chill practice out there. I mean, everything is clicking for Minnesota.
You know, we spent so much time in our pregame talking about what Will Brandt was going to have to do, and don't get me wrong, he's been a key facilitator, and he had a great finish there. But I don't think we were prepared for the Tristan Vandy Mortel show that we've been seeing so far tonight.
He's got the experience in Minnesota with the wind. He does a great job in all of the conditions. Been a steady presence. Moves the ball, and that's just what you need right now. Minnesota is locked in. They're playing great. Carolina, keep finding that energy. They're down by 6, but there's still 8 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Meaning you think it's eminently possible that Carolina finds a way.
Especially in this game, you get one upwind score, but let's see how the downwinder works out.
Will this be the first Huck completion of the day? Indeed. Tobias to Terrence. A booming backhand missile.
Another way to think about this game, and first we'll comment on this Huck because it's perfect going downwind. You can see it, he hasn't really launched it backhand yet. They prevented him on the wind chill with the marks, but this is picture perfect. But while this is a 5-point game, it's really about getting the first upwind score. If you can do that, you usually are going to get the downwinder. We've seen Minnesota do it. Every single upwind break is worth 2. Right now, you're down about 3 upwinders, maybe 2, depending on the situation, how halftime works out. You get the first one, and the energy can just pump back into Carolina.
Not like Minnesota's offense has been perfect. They've scored 3 goals on offense in 8 possessions. 6 of the 9 scores coming from the D-line. Oh my goodness, it looked like Coffin had the block, but Taylor made the adjustment for Minnesota. And now Vandy Mortel working with Brandt. Christian Belis making life tough for Leo Sabel Fernandez, and it was Belis' pressure that leads to the throwaway. Flyers 0 for 5 on break chances.
And now you see Mike Denard sprinting down, getting ready to call a timeout, but here we go.
He didn't call it. Weller's the target, he rips it down next to Jordan Taylor. Denard is still running side by side with the official, and now the timeout taken with 6:38 to play in the half. Flyers disc on the goal line. A pass or 2 away perhaps from their first break of the night.
A timeout call usually you don't like. You usually let the defense work it, but I don't blame them. You only have 2 timeouts. You haven't used any of them. Weller's made a nice grab, boxed out in that situation, but didn't have anybody immediately. I like that timeout call in this wind. You have to punch this in. Turnover from the Scuba, making the offensive player double cut. And then I love that Ben Snell picked it up and just got it moving right away. That transition we talked about yesterday, so important. Can't let the defense set, makes it so much harder. And now, looking at the flags, we knew this was going to happen tonight. The wind has just completely died down. And that can mean a couple of things. Is it going to mean the upwind score doesn't matter as much? Are we going to see it come back? We really don't know. But either way, feels like Carolina needs this.
Dylan Hawkins double teamed, and a low throw kept alive by Laviolette. Elijah Long, Anders Junks back in the game. That's a good sign for the Flyers. And slicing it through the defense, Grayson Sanner has his second goal, and the Flyers have their first break here in the title game.
absolutely critical movement there from Jungst. As soon as he caught that swing here on the flick sideline, you knew Minnesota wanted to set a double or a quasi-triple, but he immediately pivoted back, got it back to the middle, and that opened up the gut shot into the end zone. That is expert level awareness and deception from Jungst.
When you're teaching players how to do this, I'm watching their eyes as a coach, and you hear players be like, well, I looked here first, but you see Jungst be able to just, he takes a quick glance upfield, but as he's doing that, he's turning immediately. It's right where he is, to the middle of the field, off the sideline, just like you said, Ian, and it makes it a lot easier. If they set that double team, he's got to throw a hammer over the top.
And it's that glance that makes all the difference, right? Because the defense has to take that look seriously.
That pull did not land in bounds. The wind pushed it out the back. By the way, through 14 scores, we've had 7 goals scored by the O-lines, 7 goals scored by the D-lines.
Here we go with the wind dying down. Is this truly an upwind point at this point? Minnesota really hasn't had to work going this direction that much with their O-line.
Josh Clayton, the deepest receiver right there in that sequence.
Here's Rader to Brandt. Nice floater. Larson keeps it going, and Rader narrowly squeezes it past Swanson. And we got a call. It's a pick. That'll push Minnesota off the goal line. Stall count's going to be relatively high.
Yeah, this is a
4 or 5 here on Rader.
This is a tricky one because Carolina's setting the double. Minnesota's going upwind.
Rader with a prayer. Great block out by Ethan Bloodworth. And now he'll rip it deep. Multiple targets. And it's off Brandt's fingertips and just past Tucker.
And if right now, if Minnesota transitions offense right away, instead of playing this slow, they have multiple options wide open. Instead, they're going to let Carolina set going upwind.
That's a tough balance to strike, right? Because Brandt wants to regain his composure and breath as the disc-dominant player, but there's also the strategic element to consider.
The Flyers also pretty much gave him the free first pass to Klain, even after he took a long time to get set. Savell Fernandez adjusts. Closing in on 4 minutes to play in the half. Klain ripping it deep. End zone. Got it. Gordon Larson brings it in for Minnesota.
This is vintage Josh Klain right here. I talked about Tristan Van Mortel's performance earlier, and the way Josh is unlocking upwind opportunities with his torque, with his snap, with his ability to cut through the wind, it's just so hard to articulate how difficult a throw like that is in these upwind directions and conditions.
It's been a Josh Klain kind of weekend. You know, the critique about Josh at times during his career is perhaps a little too huck-happy, but he's undeniably a fantastic thrower, always has been. And in these conditions where you need somebody to take those chances with no conscience, Klain's about as good of a choice as anyone in the league. Tobias Brooks rips another one, finding Mitchell. Terrence denied by Lacey. Quick restart to an open Madison. And he overthrows Vinoka. Easily intercepted by Fairfax.
Fairfax is taking off.
I think it's fair to say the wind has not completely died down. It is still a big factor. Brooks got it.
unbelievable stuff from Elijah Long, because the previous possession for Minnesota, we saw Josh Klain step into a backhand and release it with that slightly inside-out edge. Right here, Elijah Long knifes an outside-in throw into those upwind conditions. That is a throw that normally can't hold its edge or can't travel too far and just dies and hits the turf, but he gets enough power and precision on it to finish off the execution, as we get a look at the other turnovers earlier in the point.
Just an overthrow, not needed from Minnesota, and then you're right. I mean, I do think this is a sign, though, Evan, that the wind is dying down a little bit, at least in the last few minutes. We've seen multiple upwind scores, teams being able to work it and throw those hucks. Now, the one from Josh Klain was beautiful. That one, you're right, Ian. It is tough to throw that one upwind.
Wind chill possession with a 10-6 lead. 3 minutes to play, first half, 2024 UFA Championship Game. Larson again puts it on the money. Taylor keeps it moving. This is Snyder now. He's doubled. It's a big double team. And he hammers over it to the open man. Taylor unmarked. He'll take the shot anyway. Snyder versus Fisher in the back of the end zone, and the Fisher wins it again.
Huge opportunity here to cut it to 3. After everything that's gone wrong, you can kind of see the two foes going against each other, matching each other's energy. It is an energy battle in these games, especially when you have the start that Carolina did. And I think the wind has died down now enough to where you can work this. You don't necessarily need to play the total field position, but sure, let it rip if it's there.
Yeah, I want to see Henry Fisher not behind the disc. He's got to start stretching right here.
Saner met by a double, quickly resets and gives and goes. Here's Alex Davis. Davis injured at the start of the season after rupturing his Achilles last fall. Timeout, Flyers, their final timeout of the half with 1:40 on the clock and a chance to cut the deficit back to 3.
It's the right call. Wayne Denarder's just waiting for Flo to stop. You have an opportunity here. It is huge. Recap in this first half. Going to be almost a 5-0 lead from the wind chill. If you're the Flyers and you've reached halftime, you'd be so excited to be down 3.
Shout out to all the fans here at Zions Bank Stadium. The locals here from Salt Lake City and the folks that have traveled from far and wide to be here.
So much respect for the Shred Heads still showing up despite the fact that Salt Lake's not competing in this final phase of the season.
How about the traveling Minnesota crew? They have been the loudest fan base of the 4 teams here at championship weekend by far. Stall count rising. Tobias Brooks can't make the play on Laviolette's desperation shot. Missed opportunity there for Carolina.
I know we talk about wanting to avoid short field turnovers so much. I was just kind of surprised by that sequence from Laviolette because, you know, 1 was gone, option 2 was gone, and he had a free reset that he didn't even bother looking to, and the importance of narrowing the gap. I thought he would have opted for that, but guess not.
Beautiful find from Hansen to Vanny Mortel. He swings it from Mattis. Here's Shope. Vanny Mortel with 40 seconds. Timeout Minnesota. Wind chill. We'll get the O-line back out there with 38 ticks remaining before half. I feel like I just need to take a deep breath and try to process everything we've seen through these 2 quarters.
These games are a blur. They really are. As a coach, you come out of them. As a player, you come out of them. We'll see how Minnesota's feeling in the huddle.
No, not him. Spice, you want Jordan on the rail and
We want to get three.
Okay. Yeah. You three.
Hey, if they come with a double, if they come with a short double, get in the dip.
Yeah. Negative and wide, right? You almost expect a double.
Yeah.
You want to hold close.
Hard away. Hey, be a little flat, but hard away.
Let's go. Score on 3. 1, 2, 3, go.
I love that huddle conversation. I don't know if you felt differently, Brian, but number one, they had their primary look. Number two, Max Longchamp was talking about what happens if Carolina throws a double, which it looks like is going to happen. And number three, they talked about what was going to happen if they turn the disc over and what their mark needs to be.
Clock will stay at 38 seconds. It's a contact call on Bloodworth. 10 free yards for Klain. And now he'll shoot it deep. Quinn Snyder. Over the top! Skies over Grayson Sanner! The exclamation point to an incredible first half for the Minnesota wind chill.
Sometimes it's just about making plays, and Josh Klain can sling it, and Quinn Snyder can bring it down. That's the mismatch.
I mean, I feel like many of us on the analyst panel have been waiting for Quinn Snyder to arrive here at championship weekend to make his presence known, to be the playmaker that we've seen him be in bigger volumes and points of emphasis in seasons past, and that is a statement from the Canadian.
Josh Klain, Tristan Van Mortel, and Gordon Larson, all with 3 assists apiece. Minnesota leads by 5. Minutes ago, the Flyers had a chance to get it back within 3, and now Minnesota could stretch into 6. Krennic intercepts the overthrow. Lefties it forward for Lacey. 12 seconds for Vinoka. Somehow gets it around the defender, and the wind chill add to their lead. Noah Hansen in the end zone with 4 seconds to go.
It's an overthrow, which you can't have, to get a short field, and then you need to be desperate in these situations. And unfortunate for Tobias Brooks, it goes right through his hands as he tries to catch it in this wind. In Minnesota, it looked like it was going to be 3, and now it's 6. Ian, I'm stunned.
I'm speechless. That's why I'm not saying anything right now. James Pollard, if you caught any of our pregame show, is looking like a savant at the moment. I'm not sure.
I don't know he saw this coming, but he did pick Minnesota to win. Can something go right for the Flyers? No. Vinoka intercepts the end of quarter prayer. Minnesota jumped out 8-2. The Flyers fought their way back, but Minnesota closes the half with back-to-back scores. 2 goals in the last 32 seconds of the half for the Chill. And the Central Division champs that no one gave much of a chance to win it all, checking everything off the to-do list in pursuit of the franchise's first UFA title. We're going to be joined by Minnesota coach Ben Feldman. Ben, congrats on a great first half. Obviously, the job is not done, but what were you most pleased with about how your team started this game?
Cam Lacey's pulls. Kid's incredible. We're bringing the energy. We knew that was going to come. This kid's been incredible this weekend. We lost Sam, tag team duo of pullers. You guys see what's going on out there. It's insane. Everything's following right. It's starting with the pull. He does a great job. That's my first thought.
Ben, we were watching you before the game, and I swear it was just you watching the flags begging for the wind to pick up, and it seemed like it did right as the game started. So what secret do you have here to control the wind in this game? Because it's working out for you just fine.
Yeah, I mean, right, we're in dog status. First time here. The guys have been loose all day. You know, so much work goes into this. These guys are just eating up. I got veterans out here who've been dying for this opportunity to get in this game. Like, we're living in the moment, one quarter at a time. Our fans are here. It's loud. We feel like it's home field advantage. I don't know. These guys are working. You guys know it's a lot of game. We saw what happened yesterday. We're not going to kick sand on that. This is a good team we're playing. We better keep it up because they're going to fight back. They're going to get theirs. And we got 2 more quarters to work. It's going to be a grind.
How do you characterize what you're seeing from Tristan Vandemortel? He's been so important for you guys for so long, but it feels like he's elevating his game today in such an important way.
Yeah, I don't know. Tristan, semis hit hard for Tristan last year, right? It's a team effort, but he took that pretty hard with how that game ended, and he works hard. He wants to be out there. The kid looking at me on the line, he's on offense, and he looks at me, and it's just like he's in fury mode. Like this, he's possessed, looking at me in the eyes. He's like, I'm ready. It's hard to get him off the field, but he's playing great for us. Great energy, just anywhere we want him, right? And you guys see a downwind. He's been really effective and consistent for us. And, yeah, thankful to have him as part of this team. That's for damn sure.
Ben, last thing, what has it been like on the Minnesota sideline during the first half of this game?
There's a lot of energy. We talked about it. Obviously, I'm like, get loud for our breaks, but we had some issues in the division championship game where I can't call my lines, right? It's so freaking loud, and people are cheering and high-fiving, and we got 50 seconds. So I said, hey, enjoy our breaks. We're going to celebrate them, but I need my guys on my line, right? Line calling's tough especially when we're breaking like this and we got wins. So, yeah, it's high energy, right? We're excited to be here. We're living the moment. Each quarter, 1 at a time. We won 2. You know, we're probably going to have to win 3 to have a chance at winning this game, and, you know, another half to go.
Ben Feldman, head coach of the Minnesota Wind Chill, thank you for joining us. Best of luck in the second half.
Thanks. Hi, Riley. Hi, Owen. Love you, Mom.
You never know what you're going to see at championship weekend. We talked earlier this week how so often the favorites have come and conquered. But right now it feels like Minnesota's Frisbee universe. A 12-6 lead at the half. We'll hear from Alex Atkins, Bryce Merrill, and James Pollard as our halftime coverage continues from championship weekend after this. Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today.
Ben Feldman and Minnesota embracing the challenge of the elements, rising to the occasion. And the Wind Chill have propelled themselves to a 12-6 lead here at the 2024 UFA Championship. Welcome to our halftime coverage, Ian Toner with Evan Lepler and Brian Jones. We also want to welcome in our studio panel. We've got Alex Atkins, Bryce Merrill, and James Pollard with us. Gentlemen, I'd like to start with Bryce. How do you explain, as a coach who studies tons of film, what we saw from Minnesota here in the opening 2 quarters?
You know, I don't need to explain it. I lived that just a year ago, 4-0, 8-2, and you have got to love what you see from the energy of this Minnesota Wind Chill team to absolutely take control in the first half. There was a couple of seconds there where they thought about maybe letting that game go back to rhythm, and then they have the players, Bevon with that huck. You've got Quinn Snyder with an absolute electric snag that they're going to make sure that they take control of it. Feldman said it best, they're playing the role of the dog right now.
James, I know you were really big on Minnesota's potential coming into this game. Is this how you saw them taking things over here through the first 2 quarters?
It wasn't quite like this, but yeah, I did call that they were going to take a big lead, and then Carolina was going to try to come back in the second half. I'm not sure if this wind is going to die down, so Minnesota might run away with it, but I was going to say this was a throwers game, and the Wind Chill came out with a strategy all the Carolina throwers are usually their cutters, and they did a great job that first quarter especially of just separating the handlers from the cutters. And the Carolina handlers could not get the disc downfield, and you could see that they're throwing these late, deep balls that were just double coverage the whole time. And Minnesota, to their credit, their handlers were able to keep the disc and then throw it the other way.
Alex, I know in plenty of our pregame and other studio coverage, you doubted Minnesota.
Wait, he didn't pick the wind chill?
Believe it or not, he did not. Is there any inkling in you that is, I don't know, buying stock in the wind chill at this stage of the championship weekend?
I might hedge a little and take one or two of Minnesota wind chill stock, but I don't want to get caught in the trap like I did yesterday and go all on the wind chill wagon and then have Carolina go on a big break. But I'm with you guys. I mean, I'm down here on the field watching the game in just disbelief. And I think one difference as to yesterday, though, where I think DC was playing really bad yesterday and I didn't see much out of Minnesota. Today, I think Carolina came out a little bit shaky, but Minnesota has capitalized on so many of their opportunities, and they look really comfortable and confident in this win. Will Brandt, it looks very much in control. Klain with some really big possessions early off in the game. That catch by Snyder late. They just look very good, and I give a lot of credit to Minnesota right now.
And not just the players, their fans. When that first drop happened and that first point, their fans erupted immediately, and they've been loud this entire time. There's practically an 8th player on the field for them.
Yeah, and I think a big storyline is like with DC, Carolina, these are teams that, you know, maybe in a less windy game have less turnovers. And I think it's hard for them to swallow the pill and be like, you know what, maybe early on in that game, like I think Carolina should have hucked it more. They were really having trouble working it down. They want to have this attitude like maybe we can still work it in the wind, but I really think it hurt them. And Minnesota just embraces the atmosphere, and they just came out with all the energy, and it was amazing to watch.
Gentlemen, you all have played and coached in big games, and there's so much time spent on tactics and strategy. Sometimes we don't remember how valuable it is to just catch the freaking Frisbee. What do you make of the Flyers' early drops in this game?
You know, when you look at your players that are making those drops, it's Elijah Long, it's Alan Laviolette, and I hate the phrase uncharacteristic drops, but these are the veterans, these are the steely players that have done this. I think it shows the moment. I think to James's point, it shows the value of the Minnesota crowd here tonight. Absolutely dialing it in, absolutely creating that pressure on those players.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with that, but I also think like at the beginning of the game, it was pretty significantly windy, and I think like Minnesota was struggling a little bit on offense too, but Carolina was giving them the disc on the end zone. Like they didn't have to complete hard passes. Like I was just shocked that Carolina persisted in trying to complete like unders and move it down the field. I think early they needed to be playing the position game, and I think it could have been a similar thing. I mean, I was surprised even when I saw them coming out on offense downwind. I think it's a big advantage to play defense, pin them down, and like the coach of Minnesota said, like the pulls have been great for Minnesota.
I mean, I think the Carolina players have just been getting ahead of themselves. Like in those highlights you saw, a lot of the times right before they catch it, they're looking to turn the corner and their head's turning downfield to see where the next cut is, but they haven't watched the disc into their hand yet.
If you guys are in the Carolina huddle or had the opportunity to talk to them at halftime, what would your message be to try and get this group to stabilize and develop a winning formula for the second half?
Get the ball to Tobias Brooks. He's out there playing like he is not too big for the moment. He hasn't been perfect tonight, but I've loved what I've seen from him on both sides of the disc, and I think you get him involved, you get him active, and you make sure that they're going to get that energy. They need that big play. I saw that huck from Brooks to Mitchell early, that first pull play, their first huck that worked. You've got to get one or two of those to stabilize. We saw Minnesota give up a 4-0 run to start the third quarter, and you've got to be dialing into your guys' psyche to make sure that they're going to replicate that again.
Yeah, and I think they should just stick to their identity, or a little bit of what we saw yesterday. Like, I think they can complete passes in this wind, but just after you get one into power position, the first good look that you see, you got to go up.
Well, it's been a shocking first two quarters. We still have two left to decide our 2024 champion. I think we're going to go down on the field. We may have a Carolina coach available for an interview in just a second, but scratch that. We're going to break. When we come back, second half action right here on WatchUFA.tv.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
Halftime of the 2024 UFA Championship. Minnesota leads Carolina 12-6. We're joined by the Flyers coach, Mike Denardis. Mike, what happened in that first half?
Just uncharacteristic stuff, and our offense was not playing field position like we did last game. And, you know, they got momentum from that, and we had to change it, and we started getting it back and almost making a couple plays down the half. And, you know, we're back to where we were in the start of the game. But I think there's plenty of room to come back. Plenty of time and plenty of room.
Mike, how do you get the veterans, the rookies, everybody up and down the roster to buy into focusing on the fundamentals?
I mean, that was our halftime talk, right? Like, what got us here is doing things the right way, doing things the smart way. We lost our way a little bit when things went a little hectic, and we have to get back to doing that. If we do that right, we're going to win the game.
All right, Mike, we'll let you get to the sideline. Best of luck going forward.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining us. Flyers will begin this second half on offense, trailing by 6 goals. Minnesota scored the first 4 goals of the first, and they scored the first 3 goals in the second. And the Flyers come out here in the third and do a relatively simple thing: hold.
Well, we're not seeing much personnel change for this offense. Mike isn't throwing the lines into the blender.
Do you think he should?
Yes. I think you have to get breaks early to get back your confidence, because this game can get out of hand at this point. It's got to start with this hold. From there, do whatever you can to get the confidence and belief back on your side.
Who's going to get the first break of the second half? If it's Minnesota and they extend their lead, that would be massive. Laviolette shooting it for Mitchell. Terrence accelerating into the end zone for Carolina.
I mean, this is looking like traditional ultimate Frisbee now in these conditions. It does look like the wind has continued to die down, or at least soften at the start of the second half.
And that's a beautiful hawk going downwind. This is where Laviolette really has the edge on this flick. We saw it yesterday, and here doesn't hesitate. And why would you? Terrence Mitchell. We saw him take the lead by storm when he first came in, scoring tons of goals. And the book has been out on him a little bit, but he's done well to get those deep opportunities still. And here, this is where I'm curious, what do you do with your Mike Denardis? Right, you're going to the D line. It is early. How quickly do you use your timeouts? Like I said, my strategy is we got to get some breaks now, and then we can worry about player management, energy management later. Get the belief back on your side. Minnesota, they've been doing well in these down-in situations.
Winchell center to Brandt. He did what he couldn't do at the start of the second half yesterday, which was catch the first disc thrown to him. Looking deep to a wide open Vinoka. Short of the end zone, but he makes the tumbling catch. A defensive breakdown for Carolina. And Klain flips it for Snyder. That was too easy.
Carolina's looking to switch on the backside of this play. And Vinoka tracks it down. I didn't know if it was going to be too fast for him. But the broken down switch, I don't think it needs to be this complicated. I think this is about energy, and we can see it here. Trying to switch in this play. Vinoka goes deep. Perfect view here from the drone. And just enough. Takes his momentum in the end zone, and here's the transition, an opportunity. Carolina just leaves Klain open for the reset. I would love to see something simple, some desperation, some energy. Make it about that.
Back-to-back turnover-free holds. Might be the first time that's happened tonight.
I think that's out of bounds.
Might be the first time Cam Lacey's pulled it out of bounds tonight as well.
Yeah, it certainly is notable that that's the first thing that Ben Feldman mentioned.
Yeah,
as a tone-setting force. Long, connecting with Fairfax.
I'm amazed to see Tobias Brooks looked off on that under there.
I agree. He was wide open. He paused, had the room. This double team is really good for Minnesota, making it tough.
Ripping into the back of the end zone, and Elijah Long throws it out of the stadium.
Not the edge you want to have it carry that distance long.
And it is absolutely absurd that the wind, which was gusting ferociously in the exact opposite direction yesterday, is now going right to left, and it just catapulted that Elijah throw into the parking lot. Shope, what poise he has shown, and here's Barkas activated because of Birdmeyer and Berglund's injuries. North Carolina native getting a chance to potentially win a championship at the Carolina Flyers' expense.
Carolina letting every single pass go backwards. If you want to throw it backwards, throw it laterally, be my guest. This is an interesting early use of a timeout. There was nothing going on, and so you have an opportunity to get your offense in the field, but the wind has picked back up, and you allow Carolina to get the best defenders out there.
You think Feldman and Jim should have let that group ride it out a little longer?
I think it's just very early. There's 9:14 left in the third quarter. You're going to want that timeout potentially later.
Yeah, sounds great. So 2-3 deep.
Tell Dylan where to stand.
Dylan up the board. Yeah, sure. Okay, whenever. Yeah, Dylan deep. I'll go forward. We are going to make it work. I can be one or four. You can be one. Let's see. Bring out one. Hey, flip on it too. Flat foot. There you go. There you go.
So the key takeaways I have from that are, let's not go backwards. I heard that at one point, and let's have Dylan go deep. So what are the odds we see a boost to DeClerc pretty early on in this count?
Well, it's basically the O-line plus DeClerc.
And then Sanders out there with the mismatch in terms of size.
Vinoka. DeClerc was going. Wellers was there defensively.
Got to avoid the double team, but Carolina's not setting it right there.
Great catch by Klain. Ripping it long. And an awkward finish to that play. Belis there defensively gets the block. Carolina 80 yards to go, but the wind at their backs.
And again, this is a Carolina D-line trying to convert a dirty hole for the Flyers.
Sainer and Bloodworth and Fisher, for that matter, have all played a lot of offense in their UFA careers. Here's Snell, back to Sainer. The Flyers can punch this in. Ben Feldman's going to have an interesting decision of who takes field for the next O-point. And he'll have to make a decision here as Ben Snell catches the dirty hold to bring the Flyers back within 5.
It doesn't seem like they're hesitating at all. I'm not seeing any offensive players stay on the field. And it might be a great decision because you're going downwind now. And you have to be ready for these types of situations. Those points go on really long. Carolina survives. First the pass that goes out of the stadium. What a great viewpoint. McLean has been almost perfect in this game on those hucks, but that one falls short. Great job by the Carolina D-line. No stress, moving the ball around, throwing a lot of backhands.
Sander to Snell to punctuate the point. And a sideline roller pull. Flyers setting the double team with McSherry and Hawkins. Penny Mortel picks up. Scuba to a beautiful spot for a wide open Mattis, who rips it across the field. Did he throw it too far? Collision in the back of the end zone. We got no call, and it's a turnover.
I love this hustle to the line. Minnesota's going to be able to set, but try to get that transition started and don't let the defense get comfortable.
Fisher's going deep, chased by Berry, hanging up in the air. They get Tucker going deep, and Berry wins the battle. Christian Johnson initiates for Minnesota. It's a wind chill 0 point, a couple turns already. Snyder squeezes the reset through for Rader. Wind chill certainly do not need to hurry. Every completion is a good throw. The Scoobers up the line have been money. They ruled that Snyder wasn't in. Why not one more Scoober?
I get what Carolina's going to do, but I doubt they go back to that strategy. That looked like their second D line out there to keep energy fresh in this long game, but those Scoobers, after my own heart, Ian, that's the way to break the zone. That's the way to break the double team.
Mr. No-Look Scoober himself. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, when you know these options, like, doesn't your default marking position have to be hands up, trying to stop the high release backhand or the Scoober because it's the most devastating thing to your defense?
They knew it was coming after a couple of them. It didn't matter, and they had some good double teams that had the hands high, but their strategy was trying to get that trap on the sideline and keep it there. Just Randy Mortel did a great job of working through.
Randy Mortel putting together potentially an epic redemption story. He played well in the semis last year, but he had a turnover in overtime that proved to be incredibly costly. But he's had a huge weekend here in Salt Lake City. Fairfax has been relatively quiet by his standards. Laviolette on the reset. Double team comes. It's a tricky angled hammer, but it works.
Laviolette got in trouble, and when in doubt, looked at Jacob Fairfax, even on the odd angles, and you can see why. He's an elite jump ball getter.
Second goal of the night for Fax.
Good impromptu double team by Minnesota.
Well, what's it going to take for the Flyers to break the wind chill O-line here? They've been trading back and forth here in the third, but they can't just trade out the rest of the way. Half of this third quarter is gone. Out of bounds.
So crushing.
40-yard difference in field position with that pole landing a foot too far beyond the line.
Well, the thought process here last time was trap to the back inside of the field, trap to the near side of the field, because I'm watching the flag, and it's changed a little bit to going towards this near side of the field with the wind, but sometimes it's just simpler to force flick. It's the harder throw in the wind most of the time.
Grant shooting it. Jordan Taylor to the end zone, but he's denied. John Wellers with a block in his fourth straight playoff game for Carolina. Another chance. They're 1 for 9 on break opportunities. Remember, they already used one timeout. Did they? Or was that last half? That was the second quarter. They still got their 2 timeouts. And now they're going to use one. Clock stops with 4:06 remaining here in the third.
really gut check time for Carolina. You got to go get it in Tobias Brooks' hands. If I'm Minnesota, I want to make sure that I get a double team, I get the biggest mark possible.
Addressing the Minnesota D-line. Carolina aligning in a split stack at the start of this point. Creating a lot of space in the middle of the field. Elijah Long's going to be greeted by a double team. Quick little give and go with Hawkins. Mitchell. Youngst. High throw incomplete. Through Fairfax's hands. Madison. Not sure anybody on the wind chill cares more than Brandon Mattis. Somehow that scuba works, but that one didn't.
This is getting messy.
What do we got? Contact on the mark, free 10 yards and a refresh to the stall count.
This is a tough position to be in.
Laviolette crossfield hammer to space. Mitchell high points it beautifully.
What a throw, and now you have a jailbreak attempt. You can keep the disc moving because the defense isn't set for Minnesota.
Youngst for Brooks, for Hawkins. Carolina trying to get as close as they've been in a while, but another turnover. We got a foul though on the throw. Julie Gordon, the trailing referee, makes the call.
And there was contact there. It's a good call.
To the end zone, Youngst has it. First break of the half for the Flyers. And it's a 4-goal game.
This is interesting because do you just trust your normal D-line? I've been saying it since the beginning of the second half. I would combine things a little bit. You have the chance to take the quarter break. Look at this block. It feels so long ago. A couple more turnovers. Going through the hands. Just enough in that scuba. And Ukes to the cone. Almost like it's a still night. Here we go. Feels like Carolina has to have this, Evan.
We just saw the longest point of the game from a time standpoint. Took 3 minutes and 19 seconds off the clock. Closing in on 2 minutes to play in the third. Larson zips it through with authority to Brandt. College teammates working together, and now here's Quinn Snyder. Minnesota will receive to start the fourth. So that only adds to the uphill climb for Carolina. Back to Brandt.
Watch for a high release here, potentially.
To the end zone with a forehand for Snyder.
Snyder and Brandt just were masterful in that possession. And Will Brandt, he is just destroying Ben Snell on the mark. And Snell has the length, has the size to take these matchups. But in this point, and finally at the end, that inside, perfect. When in doubt, working through your best player, the D3 star.
Finishing throw, a forehand the DC Breeze would approve of.
They love that outside in shot to the inside out lane. No question about it.
Minnesota now 8 for 12. Make it 9 for 13 in the red zone tonight. 9 for 12 actually.
Unbelievable pull there. That lands in bounds.
All game long. Sliding catch for Brooks. Mitchell continues to churn. Hawkins to Youngst. Brooks was going a second ago, but they didn't have an angle. And now they do. Into double coverage. Brooks got a fingertip on it. And we got pass interference against Minnesota.
He's been the one hucking it all game long. Let's see here. And there is contact. And I did think it affected the play, but I'm a little surprised that was called in this moment.
Double team on Brooks. Doesn't matter. Mitchell. 15-11.
Critical for Carolina to stop Minnesota here and not enable them to extend their margin any further in the final 38 seconds of this third quarter.
Arguably the most important thing for Minnesota is that they don't give Carolina a chance.
Agreed.
They'll be receiving to start the fourth. If they play keep away flyer style for 38 seconds and just take a 4-goal lead into the fourth, they'll be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, they're still in the driver's seat. Carolina's playing better than that opening sequence. That's the difference in the game right now, is those first 4 points for Carolina. What to do? A ton of work to get back into this one.
Can't have any short field turnovers if you're Minnesota right here going in this upwind direction.
Grant floats it for Berry. And maybe an issue with the clock. They just added a few seconds, now 28 seconds left.
Denardi's telling him to go flat because Colin Berry's a lefty. What a throw by Brandt. A driving flick.
Here's Klain. Seth Weaver throwing his body around on the mark. Berry, we got a whistle. This throw's coming back. 7 seconds currently on the clock.
I think they should add a couple more back. It felt like that got released a few seconds ago.
Minnesota has done the job of preventing Carolina from scoring, you'd think. Now, can they add to their lead and take a 5-goal lead to the fourth? Savell Hernandez to the end zone. Will it stay in bounds? It's deflected and it's incomplete. And that's the end of the third quarter.
Still no buzzer beaters here at championship weekend.
Savell Hernandez with an opportunity here, sending it to Snyder. This close to a 5-goal lead, but the wind chill 12 minutes away from a title here in Salt Lake City. Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today. 3 down and 1 to go here on Championship Saturday night at Zions Bank Stadium in Salt Lake City. A minute away from the start of the fourth quarter with the wind chill leading 15-11. Gentlemen, the Flyers have 2 breaks in 3 quarters. How can they get the 4 breaks they need to get back in this game here in the fourth?
I think they got to start stacking lines. They've got to find a way to get it early and get back in this game. It was a 6-point deficit at halftime. They're now at 4. They're going to run out of time if they keep on that rate. They've got to do something more drastic. But if you look at the difference in this game, Ian, 7 for 13 in D-line, and 3 of those easily short field conversions.
Whenever Minnesota is attacking in the downwind position, Carolina's marking scheme has to adjust, or its defensive play call has to adjust to take away the high-release right-handed backhands and the high-release right-handed scoopers. Those are breaking the foundation of the mark of the defense, and it's impossible for them to maintain the integrity of their defense in those situations.
It's impossible to maintain your integrity against Will Brandt with his length and the break mark throws that he has. That flick, it's a dream.
And they're not stacking this line. It's a pretty good line. Coffin, Snell, Davis, Swanson, Belis, Fisher, and Sanner. And they create some chaos. Wind chill, a perfect 9-0 this year when leading through 3 quarters. 12 minutes of possession and smooth offense away from a historic and surprising championship. And they're not waiting around. A shot to the end zone, intercepted. Henry Fisher poaching into the deep space to steal it away for Carolina. And Denardis only has 1 timeout left, and they're going to need a lot of breaks in these next 11 and a half minutes. Launching long, Swanson and Vinoka and many others, and it's incomplete. An injured Flyer is down.
I think that's Henry Fisher.
Holding that right wrist.
Oh, he whacked the cleat of Snyder as he was trying to windmill his hand through to make the grab.
And I know you got to score quick, but that huck is hanging in the air.
Fisher walking off the field now, but holding that wrist. It's a big loss if he can't play anymore tonight.
And that's his throwing hand as well.
So another break chance goes awry for the Flyers. Gordon Larson continues to just be super steady, working with his college teammate Will Brandt. They played at St. Olaf. They won a college D3 championship this spring. Rader. We haven't talked a whole lot about Matt Rader's ultimate journey this weekend. Obviously, he's been around the highest levels of the sport for a very long time, and a drop in the end zone for Jordan Taylor. Keeping the door slightly ajar here, nearly 2 minutes into the fourth for Carolina.
Both of these lines are gassed right now.
Snell crossfield hammer. Oh, somehow it stayed up.
My instinct would see down too, Ian. We're putting down in the booth. We can't tell without a replay, but
officials say that Swanson made the catch.
Well, here we go. Everybody's tired. And so I would let the D-line cook here. You got to get at least one of them with this D-line. Now's as good as any.
Snell Holsters the hammer. And then with a high stall, just sends it to the end zone. And again, Drew Swanson comes up with it. Flyers within 3.
I really want to see if Swanson caught that hammer off the line.
I agree with you, and I thought that my instinct, and we don't have a great vantage point from here, my instinct thought it was down just by the way he went to catch it. But here we are, it's going to count regardless, and that's huge. Minnesota now exhausted. Carolina with a chance to get on the front foot, and now do you stack this line? They haven't yet.
Here's the look.
I thought that looked down. I thought I saw the plastic ricochet off the turf. Did we get one more look at it? Of that?
I don't know. He had both arms underneath the disc. It was an awkward catch. Henry Fisher is back in the game. And the wind chills, O-line recalibrate. Lane for DeClerc. And DeClerc sending Berry hanging up there. And the block for Wellers. There's no call. A lot of contact. We play on. Fisher racing the other way.
That's a huge no call.
Carolina has not been within 2 since the score was 2-0 in the opening 2 minutes of the game. Everybody's tired. 8th quarter of the weekend at elevation. The highest levels of intensity of these guys' lives.
Hawkins and Jungst crossing over from the O-line, trying to bolster this group.
Touch for Cooper Williams to Bloodworth. Berry doing a nice job denying Jungst under. And a low throw kept alive. Jungst into the red zone. Fisher, moments after he hurt the wrist, he throws a goal with that right arm. Bloodworth spikes it emphatically. Carolina within 2.
Incredible. Down but not out yet for Carolina, back within 2. Everybody's gassed. You said it best, Evan. We're at elevation. It's been windy. These points have been long. And Carolina saving that timeout, trusting the D-line. Look at this play. And I was sure it was going to be a foul call.
So much contact initiated before he made contact with the disc.
Minnesota's got a legitimate gripe with that one.
And yet they can't spend time griping now.
Ben Feldman said it best, right? You have to be ready for all 4 quarters. Mike Denardi said it at halftime, it's a long game. Here we go with 8 minutes to go. And the game within reach.
On this field in the West Final, we saw it seesaw back and forth. Shred led by 3, gave it up. Cascades led by 3, gave it up. Seen some wacky things on this field. Danny Mortel working here for Minnesota.
Hesitating just a little bit. It's in these moments you're trying to find your footing. You're tired, you're gassed, you've gotten broken a couple times, and the offense gets a little bit tentative.
Contact call, it's going back to Brent. He'll march off the 10. Clock still ticking down towards 7 minutes to play. Oh, a block on the mark by Ben Snell. Shooting it immediately the other way. Not in the end zone yet. Swanson, quick dish. It's a 1-goal game. Coffin with a double spike. Flyers trailed by as many as 6. 3 straight goals to start the 4th.
What a hand block by Ben Snell. Reads the play, that chemistry that
Will Brandt and Venator Motel had it. And from there, the fast break, perfect.
I mean, this is just unbelievable stuff. And so many times in Ultimate Frisbee, we talk about the principle of conservation of greatness. You make one great play. Don't let the adrenaline get the best of you so much so that you lose control of your body and you make a mistake on the ensuing play. But Snell has been there before. He's done it before. And he knows how to be the presence that can convert for this team.
And you almost felt him look downfield being like, is this open? Okay, I have to throw this.
You're right.
We are going to have some late game drama tonight. The UFA Championship Game. Minnesota turfed it. Carolina ties it up. Can you believe it?
At the start of this game, Ian, at the start of this game, Carolina was in disarray. They were giving the disc up for short field turns, and now that they've gotten these 3 breaks, Minnesota is tired, and they are just on the front foot. Getting the first 2 critical ones, Ben Snell with a hand block, and then putting it deep, and now Minnesota is gassed. What a stunning turn of events.
Belis to Youngst. 15 all, 6:36 to play. Four straight breaks in the first 5.5 minutes here in the fourth quarter. Brian, you would imagine the Windchill's confidence is flustered here. How do you stabilize?
You're still having open looks. It's about hitting open hands and making it through. You got to just go with it at this point.
Pinoca's hands were open. Shooting it for Brandt, back of the end zone. Minnesota retakes the lead. Weller's a little shaken up there. Good spirit from Brandt.
Nice shot from Vinoka. I mean, it's been Will Brandt doing a lot of the heavy work in the backfield. And this time just makes it a little bit easier. Vinoka with the perfect edge going downwind. Just what they needed. The hold, and they're still in the lead. And that's what you have to be talking about on the sideline. You knew it was going to be tough. You knew Carolina was going to come back.
First Minnesota goal since Quinn Snyder's catch with 1:17 to play in the third. 5 straight scores from the Flyers. That last Will Brandt catch stops the run. Now, can Carolina answer? Simple holds have not been so simple tonight. Brooks doubled, pivots through it. Long's open. Downfield, oh, what a catch. Mattis, the defensive pressure, but Fairfax came to it. Every pass carries incredible intensity and pressure. Youngst for Long, for Brooks. Laviolette with an angle. Laviolette with a stall count rising. We got a whistle. It's a stall.
That's a coverage sack, folks. Incredible goal line stand from the Windchill.
You don't see too many stalls in the red zone like that. Lacey picks up. Brooks with a bid on Hansen, comes up empty and then fouls him.
I would love to see that be a no call there. Brooks got off. There wasn't much contact.
We got a delay of game. He didn't wait for the whistle. No, it's a timeout, excuse me. Minnesota timeout. Clock stops with 4:05 to play. Possession and a 1-goal lead for the Wind Chill after they coughed up the 5-goal lead from the late stages of the third quarter.
Gordon at the 4, leave on 3, Raider 2. Sounds good. Yeah. Let's go. Hey, we get to play offense with the 2, just wait for the space. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Hey, what are we on turn? Scuba? Scuba. Hey, 4-on-3.
It's fun to see a bunch of smiles in that huddle. We saw Snyder, Klein, and Raider all with grins on their faces in that moment.
So beneficial, you think, to have Raider.
Oh, yeah.
He's just about the vibes. He's been in so many big games, and he hasn't had that moment yet, that vintage moment.
But if he can bring a calming presence, that's just as valuable to this group.
I think the clock may have started before it was supposed to. Blake Grundy also having a word with some of the cutters downfield in the stack. Grant initiates. That's a foul on Davis. Larson caught it anyway.
It is a foul, but if we're going to let the Wellers physical play go in the deep space, I'm surprised to see that call.
Cross for Raider.
That is such a massive throw off the line right there. Opens up so much opportunity for the rest of the offense. It prevents the Flyers from trapping him there.
We have a pick call.
Clock continues to tick. Flyer sideline asking for the clock to stop, and now it will. Late moments in the 12th Ultimate Frisbee Association Championship game. The Minnesota Wind Chill led by as many as 6. Flyers came all the way back.
No lounging on this job.
But Minnesota with the disc and a 1-goal lead here, ticking toward 3 minutes to play here in the 4th. Vinoka breaks the mark and a gigantic bid by Tucker. The disc eludes him. Larson thought about the hammer, squeezes it through for Snyder. Brandt with a confident looking pivot, and he finds Brian Vinoka to double the Wind Chill lead with under 3 to play.
It's an old school methodology, but after they get this turn and they work to the end zone, with Carolina at the doorstep, here they just hit the inside window over and over again, and then finally Bevon to the cone. And he's so good at that. Great athlete. He's been showing off his downwind hucks today. Great offense.
Minnesota hangs on here, gentlemen. Who's the championship weekend MVP?
There's a lot of guys that have a case, and I think that speaks to what Minnesota has done in cultivating this full team effort. I think Tristan Vandermoortel's in the conversation. Will Brandt. The defenders at heart will love what Cam Lacey's done.
And if we get a hold here, still a massive opportunity for Carolina.
This is far from over. Carolina needs to convert here on offense. Tobias Brooks for Alan Laviolette, now Elijah Long. Laviolette shooting it deep. Fairfax against DeClerc. Back of the end zone. Fairfax couldn't get it down in bounds. Heck of an effort, but just a step too far. Possession for Minnesota.
The question is, do you bleed the clock here? And it's a tricky situation with the wind.
And Minnesota is out of timeouts.
But time is your friend.
Vanny Mortel launching it as far as he can with a forehand. This is not going to stay in bounds. But we're over a minute, so the clock will keep on ticking.
Carolina's got to go.
Yeah, they need to hurry. They need 2 scores in the next 92 seconds. Brooks up line, shooting it for Mitchell. A sky ball. Terrence Mitchell can't come up with it. We got pass interference though.
First glance, I mean, there was contact, but there's 2 defenders in the area. I'm a little surprised at that call. But here we go.
I'm surprised as well, Brian. We're under a minute. Brooks to Long, to the end zone, to nobody. And that might have just sealed the deal for the wind chill. A lot of contact there. Brooks diving into DeClerc, but again, no call. So a little bit of life flickering here for Carolina.
Only 1 receiver, 2 receivers in the end zone now. Carolina doesn't have time.
Young's looking in the end zone, has Mitchell, but under 30 seconds to go. A 1-goal game, 27 seconds. Sideline double team presumably coming.
And 1 timeout left for Carolina. If they can get the turnover, you just wish for Carolina if they'd gotten that score. That throw to no one really cost them a lot of precious time.
All right, so it's Ben Snell, Ethan Bloodworth, John Wellers.
Snell, Swanson, Bloodworth, Belis, Tucker, Sanner, and Wellers.
You surprised by that line, Brian?
Your offensive line is gassed with the timeout. This is a situation where you just got to get the turn.
Oh, Feldman thought that landed out of bounds.
And it did. Minnesota's going to get this in the center of the field.
Huge error, and Snell, you can see him shaking his head. Will Grant, can you take us home? I feel pretty good about that if I'm Minnesota right now. 4 more passes.
This is a wind chill team that went 3-3 in their regular season home games this year. Here's the pull. Snell with a forehand blade. The wind took it. Yeah, definitely the right call. It landed OB. Looks like they were confirming, and Snell was there saying, yeah, I screwed it up. It was out of bounds.
I think they were trying to determine whether they get the disc at midfield or at the point of out of bounds.
All right, Carolina's defense needs to get a turnover. The Minnesota Wind Chill are a few precious completions away from a historic championship. Brandt quickly to Vinoka, back to Brandt with 13. Hammer downfield, hanging up there. It's dislodged from Larson. What's the call? Minnesota's going to have the disc with 2 seconds to go. A strip was called. They might add some time back to the clock, 4 seconds, and the clock starts on the release of the throw. Minnesota needs 1 more throw to be complete. Larson finds Vinoka, and it is all over. In one of the most stunning championship weekends of all time, the Minnesota Wind Chill are the Wind champions in Salt Lake City. Ben Feldman's Minnesota Wind Chill, champions of the Ultimate Frisbee Association 2024.
Incredible. Incredible guts. What a game plan to come in. Carolina never gave up. And when it looked like Carolina had all the momentum, Minnesota found a way to survive.
The look of pure joy and utter disbelief. Feldman and Longchamp have been grinding together for many years. They did it. They earned it. They were the best team here this weekend. They handled the elements better than anybody. Their young guys stepped up when they needed them. And they beat the DC Breeze and the Carolina Flyers on back-to-back nights to earn that championship trophy.
Just a remarkable performance from the coaching perspective, to game plan and adjust throughout the weekend. From a player development and execution perspective, able to get the best out of this young rising core in critical junctures with opportunities and seasons on the line. This was a top to bottom program victory for Minnesota, and they should be remarkably proud.
Stay with us. We will have full post-game coverage of the championship trophy celebration and also the championship weekend MVP award ceremony coming up from down on the field. It's not exactly a Minnesota miracle, but it's Minnesota magic here in Salt Lake City. 17-16, Minnesota over Carolina. The wind chill are UFA champions. Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
On the grand stage to keep possession. Huge bid, gets the touch.
It's a great opportunity for the Germans, and they break with ease.
Throw it the full 80 yards to the field? Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me. Oh my gosh! One of the plays of the year.
This will be a great. Yeah, you look good. Stand by.
Welcome to Game Day Live, post-game coverage from 2024 UFA Championship Weekend, where the Minnesota Wind Chill have captured their first championship in franchise history, taking down the Carolina Flyers 17-16. Ian Toner and Evan Lepler, privileged to be joined right now by the nose-bleeding Josh Klain, Brandon Mattis, and Brian Vanuka. Gentlemen, just off the top, I'd love to hear how you're feeling, how you can put your emotions into words at this moment.
I really can't. I'm in shock. I mean, not the kind of shock that I didn't think we could do it, but no one thought we could do it. And we've faced adversity both these games where it felt like the tides were turning and we just responded. And I'm in shock. I got no words. I'm in shock.
Vivon, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, I think
the culmination of all the hard work that we put in all season, it feels like we kind of got all the pieces together. Everything started clicking, and there's a togetherness throughout the locker room both days where everyone was doing it for each other, and you could just feel that energy from the sidelines on the field. Everyone's rushing. What do you need? You know, we got water, we got oxygen, we got snacks, all the above. So it's just the support from everyone else just makes you believe that much more. So.
And I'm hearing you talk about from the beginning of the season, this weekend, Madison, you're part of the original crew, man. You've got the unique perspective. Just how does this feel?
It's about damn time, huh? Yeah, it feels great. I mean, we're like insane to do what we do out here. People think we're crazy, but this is just validation for all the hours in the gym and on the field and in the captain leadership calls. And yeah, it's so validating to be out here. And like, to have everybody think we can't do it and then come out and prove that Central Division is the best defensive division in the league feels really damn good.
You go wire to wire. You never trailed. Got a little hairy there at the start of the fourth quarter. But the start of the first quarter, where you took advantage of Carolina's mistakes, you had a 4-0 lead before you turned the disc over. Brandon, how did you guys start the game with such fire and intensity, especially after the bizarre delay that we had at the outset tonight?
I don't know. We were always ready for this. Once the DC game was over, it was like, all right, who's up? We were right back to film. We were watching the game in the hotel, getting some shade. Like I don't think there was ever a doubt, even with the delay, that we weren't going to come out firing. We won the flip. We got to put the defense out there, and that's all we needed to get a spark, right?
Josh, you were so critical in unlocking upwind opportunity for you guys tonight. And the wind was different than the conditions that you played in yesterday. It felt like it was a little less severe, but it also was traveling in a different direction. You guys had so much to adapt to. Just take me through your mindset out there as a thrower.
Well, it was definitely a unique situation for me, not playing D-line really my entire career, and then knowing that we're going to have a windy first half, knowing that we may have to, do what we did last night. Again for maybe an entire half. So we were prepared. We were ready to go. And, my teammates trusted me to make the right decisions with the ball. And I didn't try to do too much with it, but I know, my ability to throw it deep it really helps the team. So I tried to just do what I do best.
You guys went 3-3 in your 6 regular season home games this year. How did you go from the struggles that you had during the season to coming here and beating DC and Carolina, 2 really worthy opponents to win a title? Bevon?
Yeah, I think the overall piece there is, I think, just an increased added focus. I'm not saying that we didn't have focus during our regular season, but this team really coalesces under hard circumstances. And we knew that these were going to be tough games, and we always love challenges. So I think getting all of our pieces together, I know it's been talked about previously about not having the college kids, having people in and out of the roster due to, whatever, a wedding or some other unforeseen circumstances. So to have everyone together, to be able to, take this group, and we're a deep team. Very evident. We can roll out multiple D lines at you. We can flip-flop O personnel depending on conditions like this. That was huge for us in these last 2 games. So I think just, again, the ability to add all the pieces together and then coaches to put together a game plan for us that was honestly great. We had all instances covered. If it was going to be another, shitty, windy condition like yesterday, we're ready for it. If it calms down and flips, we're moving pieces and we're ready to go.
Wind changes direction the opposite way?
Yeah, exactly. We're pulling Klein to D-line.
D-line Klein. That's what we say.
You touched on it in that answer. You guys have an incredible young core that's coming up to augment, supplement, be the next generation, given that you guys have laid the foundation for the program. I'd love to hear what you guys are seeing as Will Brandt is elevating, as Noah Hansen is elevating, as Gordon Larson is elevating, like Thomas Shope. What's it been like practicing with these guys and seeing them come into the fold?
These kids are doing things that we were never doing when we were 18, 19 years old. I think, it's funny that the 3 of us sit up here as veterans and talk about this win. I get it because we've been around and it feels good from that standpoint, but, this is their team. The future is now. It feels great to see them put the work in to grow every day, and the team's in great hands for a long time.
I think I also want to zoom out and take a look at what Max Longchamp, Ben Feldman, Kelsey Percy, Carlos Lopez, everyone else who's ever contributed an insight. And I think Tim DeBile said it best when he said that you guys have kind of become a model franchise thanks to the hard work of Feldman and other parts of that ownership and the coaching staff. What's it been like to learn from them and grow with them through these last few seasons as well?
I can take this one. I think it's been running into some roadblocks. I mean, we had our struggles in past years, and we always have taken those as learning moments, and the coaches have as well. And so it's really awesome to see their growth and just their ability to collaborate and be efficient with time and also with like game planning, practice planning. We're doing stuff where we can eventually forward scout for our future games, and we're working on stuff that week of practice that has like tangible benefits to our upcoming opponent. Here's what they like to see our defense is adjusting to play their defensive style at practice. Like all of those things really help us when we're working through it. So it's been awesome to just have, again, the combined support and the combined resources that we haven't had in the past. Like it's been a while to get here, but it's been awesome to see.
Clayton, do you feel like these conditions are made for you and you can just be a gunslinger and let it rip?
I think it's made for us as a team. Like it's definitely not me. We got a lot of guys that embrace this kind of win, and excelled. And everybody on this team put together the best 2 games of the year this weekend. Everyone stepped up. We have a plethora of guys that can throw and are not afraid to throw in this win. And it was just a total team effort. Everyone was dialed in. Everyone was ready to do what they needed to do.
And your fans made a real difference here. We're not that close to the Twin Cities, and yet it was a palpable presence all weekend long. What was that like to feel that support from the stands?
The Madison clan.
I think part of the reason that you're surprised that we went 3-3 at home is because we have such an amazing home environment, and those people travel really, really well. It's great to have the DeClerks out here, the Bergmeyers out here, my family, the Vinokas, just everybody. They really put in as much time and heart into this team as we do, and we wouldn't be here without them. So,
what are you guys thinking in the couple weeks leading up to championship weekend when everybody's just predicting a Carolina-DC final and no one's really giving Minnesota a chance?
We love that. It gives us an opportunity to play loose and play fun. I think we play like a better team when we're not worrying about every little throw and every little set. It's just, can we go out there and hoop with the boys? And having the underdog mentality really allows us to do that.
We were ready. We were ready each game. More ready than the other team.
I mean, yeah, it certainly felt like, again, just getting into warm-ups like yesterday, it was we had our first 10 passes, and I don't know hardly any of them connected in our first 10 passes, and it was like, all right, here we go, time to lock in. The conditions are tough, and again, we come from this, we know what to expect, we got into it, and again, we made the plays when they counted, and who cares about turns in that game? It's all about who's going to get those breaks. And
the Minnesota Lynx have won 4 titles this millennium. The PWHL Minnesota franchise just won a title. The last men's professional team to win a title in Minnesota, as I'm sure you're well aware,
the Twins.
Before tonight was the Twins. In
Kirby
1991.
Yeah. Add 2024 to that.
Yeah. I think we just opened the floodgates.
So who's next? Vikings, Twins,
Timberwolves.
T-Wolves?
T-Wolves.
Okay, all right.
I don't think the Vikings.
Yeah.
We got to defend, though.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts before we let you guys get back to your stogies and your celebrations?
I just want to shout out Omar, Ben. Ben's probably the best GM in the league. He takes care of us. He doesn't get enough credit for the work that he puts into this franchise, and we really wouldn't be here without him. He took over in 2017, and it's just been up and up and up from there. And the only way we win a championship is with that man at the helm. So I want to give a shout out to him, and then. Yeah, just the boys. This feels so good to be a part of this, man. I got nothing else.
Yeah. And look, I want to thank the 3 of you and really your whole team, because the effort and dedication that you guys have put in for years, your willingness to respond and engage with my emails, but just more so your commitment to building and grinding, You guys earned this moment. I'm really happy for all three of you and your entire franchise. And you also showed the world this weekend that the favorite doesn't always win, that it's a team game. The team with the most national team guys doesn't always win. Maybe you'll get some more national team nods in the future because of what happened this weekend. And you reminded us why sports are fun, unpredictable, and awesome. So thanks to all of you, and I hope you cherish this weekend for a long time.
We made it a game for the fans.
You could have won big, but you decided to let Flyers back, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, team of the people.
Classy. And maybe we're all idiots for thinking we knew who the favorites were and then seeing this performance from these guys. Yeah, who knows? Hey, thank you guys so much for your time. We know you got some celebrating to do. We'll let you get to that now.
Thank you guys, too. Appreciate it.
More to come here on Game Day Live. We're going to welcome back in Bryce Merrill, James Pollard, and Alex Atkins. Stay with us.
Big Minnesota wind chill fan, Alex Atkins.
That's right.
Yeah.
Known wind chill fan. Let's go wind chill.
More commentary, analysis, and breakdown. Keep it right here on Watch UFA TV and Watch UFA's YouTube.
Throw like a pro with a new Pro Ultimate Frisbee. Created with input from the sport's premier passers, the Pro Frisbee is specially designed to fly through the wind and maintain its edge. Experience the official Frisbee of the UFA and get yours at shopufa.com today.
Hello, Premium Trail Mix. Power Up is a snack that is uncomplicated and uncompromising. Every ingredient is thoughtfully sourced and carefully crafted for a mix that elevates your snacking experience. There's no better way to power up your day.
If they had come all the way back.
What a night it's been, and what a night we're having here in Salt Lake. The Minnesota Wind Chill captured their first title in franchise history. Glad to welcome back in Alex Atkins, James Pollard, Bryce Merrill, Ian and Evan still with you here. James, you were the only guy who picked Minnesota to win this game.
Visionary.
For those of you who didn't tune in to the pregame show, he was willing to go out on that limb. At least we thought he was going out on a limb. I guess I want to hear more about your reasoning going into the game and if they did what you expected now that we have the benefit of the game in the rearview mirror.
I mean, they did exactly what I expected. I knew because of yesterday that they played in that super windy game that they were going to be more prepared for that. I said they were going to come out strong, take an early lead. They did that. I said when the wind dies, expect Carolina to come back, make it close, but the lead would be too much, and wind chill would
get the pregame picks off the screen. Come on. The game's over. Let's celebrate the champions.
And no, you are right about that, James. You did call it a tale of two halves. I mean, and what a tale of two halves it was.
Yeah, especially the start. What did Carolina do literally to start the second half? They got an immediate deep puck goal.
Curious, you guys down on the field when Carolina had all the momentum in the fourth, did you think they were going to do it?
I was hoping. I don't know what I was thinking. I was hoping for my credibility as
Atkins,
an analyst.
how many times have you hedged this weekend? Like, come on, bro.
I was down here praying, rooting for giving them all my vocal support. But no, I did. I thought that they had a chance. 15-16. It was pretty close on the end zone. I think they had all the momentum. But as soon as Allen threw away that turn, I think and Minnesota just looked so poised late in the game. Like, I thought Minnesota's O-line just put a great game together. Like, even when the pressure was on Minnesota, I felt that they were very posed and played really well.
Well, it wasn't just a turnover; it was a stall. Right. Minnesota locked down on defense right there on the goal line, and
that's true.
Double teams locking up all those goal line scoring cuts.
Yeah.
Will Brandt was named MVP. It could have been a lot of different guys.
Yeah.
Gordon Larson, Tristan Vandy Mortel. What do you think of Larson this weekend? I mean, just relentlessly steady and solid. Felt like he was always open, always made the right choice with the Frisbee.
Well, and in those moments, as that fourth quarter ramps up, you see some of these young guys afraid. They don't want to make a mistake, so they don't do anything. They hide in the stack, and Larson is churning open side unders past bracketing defenders or some of these elite lockdown defenders. That goes beyond just fundamentals. That goes to this level of prowess. He was hunting that entire time. He wanted the disc on a trap sideline because he was not concerned about getting it back to middle. Such a big performance in little ways that empowered Brands and some of the handlers to not have to do too much late in the game.
I want to get the players' perspective. There was a huddle of Minnesota timeout late in the game, and multiple guys had like grins on their faces in a one-point game with a championship on the line. Like, how is Minnesota able to stay as loose and confident as they were? They've not been here before.
They just, the whole night looked like the more confident team, and even when the game gets tight, if you're just in that zone, you don't even really think about the score. It might be tight, but you're just confident that when you step on the field, you're just going to complete that next pass and score the goal eventually.
Yeah, I agree with James. Like, they just got in a rhythm early. And I mean, obviously, it was easy for them to get that momentum, and I think they carried that a long way. But I think a lot of it stemmed from like their key players like Clay and Will. In the wind, like when it can get shaky, I mean, you saw it with Carolina. They make some critical errors, and your whole team can feed off that. Where I saw Will, Clay looking very poised, slow going through their motions, not getting rushed with the disc. And I think your whole team can feed off of that when they have that kind of confidence. And it was really awesome to watch.
You know, a couple of the main guys that we've talked about over and over, I think the confidence of the D-line, knowing that Cam or Lacey is painting the back line with those poles. You see that disc go up on that pole, and every guy running it down is just absolutely fired up. Or you think of Tristan Van Mortel throwing a couple of scoobers, and they're connecting scoober to scoober to scoober. As a guy on the sideline, it's impossible not to grin seeing your players, guys up and down the roster, completing those things with this swagger, this confidence, and that's really contagious. So, you know, there was not one big burden on Will Brandt to have to throw out of every situation or every lockdown defensive play. When you're pinning them on the back line, it really feels like all seven of you can shoulder that together, and I think that leads to a lot of trust in the huddles, a lot of smiles.
You talk about those pulls, and Carolina had a couple that they pinned on the back line, but their handler defenders weren't running down, and Winchell were able to center it past the goal line a couple times. Every time Lacey pulled and they got it down there, they usually swung it sideways. They barely gained yards.
Yeah, it's a great point. I'm glad you shifted the conversation to Carolina, and I don't want to go down this road to bury the Flyers. I mean, we know the scoreboard. We can all look up the statistics. We saw the drops. We saw the turfs. We saw the weird stuff. I'm not trying to drag any one guy. I just want to hear from you guys. Where do you think that performance from Carolina came from? What do you think were the causes of that?
Brian talked about it in the open, our extended open, before the game began. We were on the air about 30 minutes up in the booth before the game actually started, and the wind chill looked like the more focused team. You know, Carolina looked a little casual. They weren't all up throwing. They were just kind of hanging out. They didn't have the same intensity at the start of the game as the wind chill, and it's a body language thing that we're evaluating, but it certainly felt real when Alan Laviolette, sure-handed guy as they come, 2 drops in the opening 2 possessions. Will Coffin, who's not an O-line guy, but pretty sure-handed dude playing D. Just a weird start to the game, and the Flyers, you know, you don't want to say they lost it in that opening stretch. They only lost by 1 goal, of course. But I think without that opening stretch, it's an entirely different game, and that fueled Minnesota's confidence, the Flyers' shaky start.
Yeah, they just looked too casual. Like, a lot of catches they were trying to go for, they were turning their head, looking for the next cutter downfield before looking it in.
If I can just add one more thing, too. We say uncharacteristic drops. These were freaking characteristic drops for the Flyers this year. The last regular season game against Atlanta, they had 6-7 drops in that game. Saul Yannick acknowledged to me after the game, these are not mistakes that are uncharacteristic. These are emblematic of issues that we have. And because of that, these are characteristic drops that ended up costing them a championship tonight.
Well, and going to the beginning of that game, I was sitting down here on the field, and there were a couple gusts at the very beginning that were very strong. And I was surprised, I don't know how the coin flip went. I was surprised that they chose, if they did, to play offense. And
Minnesota chose D.
Minnesota chose D, and they chose that side, I guess. But then when there was this particular gust that I felt right before the first Allen drop. And I was just surprised that Carolina was just choosing to dink and dunk in the front of their end zone. I mean, I think when you feel that wind, I think you get a couple of throws, you get one unmarked opportunity, and you chuck the disc as far as you can downfield. And I think that's one storyline from this weekend, was that DC and Carolina were a little more tempted to try to work the disc in the heavy winds, where Minnesota was just fine with playing the positional game.
Well, I'm going to push back a little bit. I think that goes back to what I was saying pregame is Carolina didn't play in the super crazy wind yesterday. They were able to dink and dunk if they needed to, get that starting pass into an immediate huck, the whole field.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They didn't play in this wind, and that's why I picked Winchell to go up early.
And it was like unbelievable how quick it happened. I mean, it was 3-0 with a minute and a half gone in the first quarter. I mean, it was crazy how quick it happened, and they just couldn't really, dig themselves out of that hole.
Was anybody surprised at how long it took Carolina to use its first timeout? Not after 2-0, not after 3-0.
As a coach, you don't want to use a timeout when every one of your players on the field knows what went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to call a timeout to say, Allen, catch that next time.
Right.
Allen knows. And so it's this weird mix of confidence of if you bring them over, they know why they're there. They're now going to be thinking about the very obvious execution error that just happened, or the way the play broke down, or whatever it was. And so sometimes they know, and you want to let them play it out. That being said, 4-0 and 8-2, maybe there was a chance in there where you could have used one, and as we saw, a 1 point, 6-2 was the difference of a championship tonight in a 1 point game.
Yeah, and I think it's different when it's at the very beginning of the game versus like in the middle. The very beginning, like you said, a minute and a half rolled off the clock and it was 3-0, whatever. If that's like second quarter, start of the second quarter, I think you call that timeout to just kind of like resettle in, be like, all right, refocus and lock in. But at the beginning of the game, you have so much time that it's just kind of like, all right, we'll figure it out. And they eventually did.
And here's maybe the best thing I can say about the Minnesota wind chill. If we add a fifth quarter to this game, another 12 minutes, I'm not sure that helped Carolina. Even when the wind chill gave up their lead, it still felt like they were in control with that ensuing hold. They get the stall. They reasserted themselves after stumbling. So if this game keeps going, it's not like the Flyers just ran out of time. Minnesota won this game.
I agree, and I thought that there were some questions maybe about Minnesota's offense coming in because, maybe some will say they play in a weaker division, but their O-line looked far superior tonight and just way the calmer side.
One thing we haven't talked about yet is the doubleheader. And especially early on, Carolina looked tired. Their cutters looked like they weren't cutting at 100%. I think they figured it out. They got that rest at halftime because they came out much stronger. And they just looked tired in that first half.
I think the exception is Terrence Mitchell. I thought he had a really nice night. I think maybe they lacked some momentum or some movement to clear and cut for each other. When they were able to run a pull play, when they could get the one clear cut and open Terrence up into space, I thought that was the best they looked. But I think to your point, it wasn't happening frequently enough that if we had another 12 minutes, you think it changes the outcome. I think it was just a little too inconsistent, and maybe some of that was the amount that they had to run in their game last night against Seattle. It was not that windy, sort of slow, sloggy game. It was a high-impact, high-mileage game for those cutters. Obviously, they feasted, but that was a lot of up and down that they were doing, and maybe that impacted their ability to consistently set up, or maybe it was too much pressure on Mitchell since it wasn't, one of the 3 or one of the 4 tools that we saw from them last night and earlier this season.
I'm sure Cam Brock and Adam Ruffner are going to talk about this on an upcoming episode of Swing Pass. But I wonder what this weekend says to you guys about the strength of the Central Division relative to other divisions in the league. I see one person shaking his head already, and there's no question that there are... Okay, so go ahead.
No. So the Central Division embraces the UFA rules and style better than any other division in the league. They don't necessarily have the most talent. They might have the best coaching, except for the folks here in Salt Lake City, of course. The Colorado coaches, after the Madison, Minnesota trip, and you played Indy as well, just talked about the instincts defensively that the Central Division teams have. So I don't think we need to necessarily recategorize how the divisions are stacked up against the look, the East was the strongest division in the league this year. Philadelphia is a talented team. They didn't get close to the playoffs because there were 3 juggernauts. 3 of the top 5 or 6 teams in the league were in the East. But it also makes, look, it's the same issue that Madison had during their glory days. It was hard to know exactly how good those Radicals teams were because they weren't getting tested in the regular season against the best teams in the league. But we saw the youth and talent of this Minnesota team in the pieces, and we're like, if they can put it together. I mean, I said before the New York game, and I wasn't just blowing smoke to create hype. I really liked their team, but then they fell apart in the second half against New York. They looked sloppy at times down the stretch of the season. They obviously didn't play well against Chicago at home. But here at championship weekend, and look, if we were playing at sea level with no wind, maybe it's a different story, but who cares? Like, Minnesota is the best team in the league right now. They deserve to win. They beat 2 championship caliber programs. And I don't know if it's about the division. I just think it's about Minnesota becoming a championship team.
I think it shows more that the league is wide open now. Because like New York came through and was just rolling everyone the previous years. Like it wasn't close. But like this year is like people was like, all right, this is DC's weekend to win. Like, and they didn't do it. And I think it just shows that the league is wide open.
What is your biggest takeaway for each of you from this weekend, whether it's an individual player elevating his game, whether it's the coaching of a particular team like Minnesota adapting better than any other? What's the biggest thing that sticks out in your mind as we look back on this weekend?
I go to where we started the weekend in those Friday morning pressers, and Coach Feldman came out here and talked about the ability to adapt, the ability to look at the opponent, look at the conditions, and make your game plan then. I don't know, I wasn't obviously in the Minnesota practices, but they talked about that. They got their interdivisional schedule. They focused on doing enough to win their division and then show up here and be adaptable. And so I love what he said there. That shows a team that is going to be able to say, maybe we aren't the most talented on this side of the disc, or maybe we don't have that, but they had a game plan to get through their regular season. They had a game plan to get through their division, and then they had the experience, they had the skills, they had the defensive prowess to get through a doubleheader of 2 interdivisional games to wrap up the season in a championship weekend. It shows that the importance of a plan, of a staff, of captains, of leaders, of players that are bought in to have to go through each of those phases. This is not being the best team. This is not having the best stats. This is not having the best players. This is having an understanding of a championship structure and mentality. And we've seen that specifically from the Central and obviously topically from the Minnesota Wind Chill as our 2024 champions.
Well, surely we've got all kinds of other players and coaches and GMs tuning in all weekend long. But as you guys go back to your professional teams and have conversations about next year, what did you learn from this weekend that you think, hey, we need to have some serious conversations with our programs about to set ourselves up for success next year?
I think Bryce hit on the head. Coaching. I think that was the difference this weekend. It's like Winchell came in with the game plan. All the other teams were adapting during the game. Minnesota adapted before the games. And it clearly showed, especially tonight when they came out on the hot streak.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good answer because you were talking about what the biggest storyline was. I definitely think it was the Wind Chill responding to the conditions the best. I mean, they were able to take the biggest leads when it was the windiest and hold on. And I agree with Evan that maybe in a 5th quarter they would have kept holding on, but it was definitely them responding in the wind. I also think it really stresses the importance of making it to championship weekend. I think once you get to championship weekend, there's a little bit of all bets are off and you don't know who's going to win. And I think getting to championship weekend, so whether that's how your schedule is comprised, making sure that certain players are coming to certain games, I think that's going to be really crucial for a lot of teams.
I think that's huge. I think the experience that they got against the Shred last year in front of their fans, the pain and motivation that brought. I also think this is an ahead of schedule championship. I mean, this is a Minnesota team that has a slew of veterans. We talked to 3 of them, but 9 guys in their starting 20 tonight in the championship game were 24 or younger. That includes 18-year-old Thomas Shope and the championship weekend MVP Will Brandt and maybe the 2nd MVP in Gordon Larson. Like, this is a team that is not peaking right now. This is a team that's probably positioned to peak 2 or 3 years from now. and the confidence that they've earned this weekend. I remember something Chuck Kindred said after the Madison Radicals won it for the first time in 2018. Like, Minnesota's a championship Ultimate City now. They haven't been that before, aside from Carlton Cut. But that's different.
Yeah, it's a different.
That's very
different
different.
experience.
At this level, Minnesota has not been a championship city in Ultimate. They are now. That is their new identity. We'll see how they handle it. But they've got the youth to back it up in the years ahead. And I'm not predicting the start of a dynasty or anything, but I think this is a team.
We know Kings isn't still, even after they've captured one title.
Wait, can we get your final pick for the game? Who you got winning?
For next year, maybe predictions on
No,
the season.
this game.
You still got DC here in the finals.
Yeah, who's going to beat them? I have no idea. Maybe themselves, I guess.
I mean, what does that mean to have that championship identity, like for Minnesota, do you think, going forward?
I think it is a better problem to have, but it is still going to be, I think, something that they're going to now have to go back and solve. You know, they talked about it. They loved up here. You know, these guys are up here. No one expected. Now everyone knows that they are a defending champ. You know, I remember our games against a lot of the players on the Colorado Summit had won a club championship with Johnny Bravo, and we knew that. And the first time we got to go up against them as defending champs this last year against DC, defending club champs, and we said, I would absolutely love to stick it to them and welcome them back to the league. And I think now Minnesota, can you adjust to the new expectation? And again, this is the better problem to have, and this is exactly what you want for 9 guys under the age of 24. You can't ask for a better problem to solve and a better learning curve to be on right now. But absolutely, they've got a target on their back. You know, we're not here to talk about New York tonight, but to put into perspective a 30-game win streak and how insane that is, knowing that there's a target for that many iterations. Minnesota gets that. And that first game, I don't know who's going to be on the schedule. I hope it's Carolina. I hope it's DC. I hope it's somebody that wants to stick it to them.
Where's Tim? Can we get the schedule drawn up right now, please?
Is Salt Lake interested in going to the Twin Cities to open the season?
I felt absolutely nothing watching them hoist a trophy on my turf. I felt absolutely nothing, and I have no opinions. You know, but I love that, and I love that for them. And those guys, they're going to be battle tested, and they're going to get every single game brought to them this season. There will be no, you know, prime time switching over to East Coast every single game, and I love it for them. I mean, this is what you want. If you want to grow up, if you want to level up, if Will Brandt wants to be, you know, a star, if Gordon Larson is that household name, if he is the next logo, then welcome to the show, and they're ready for it. This is awesome. I think
one of the big takeaways from this UFA season is that in a single off season, you can transform your potential as a team. I mean, what the Seattle Cascades did this year, the Boston Glory rising up by getting Jeff Babbitt. Obviously, the Flyers had their ups and downs, but still getting to the championship game after finishing in second place in their division. And for the Minnesota Wind Chill, while they didn't always have continuity in their roster because they had so many young players and national team guy and Dylan DeClercq, but you saw what it meant emotionally to all these players here tonight. And that desire, as players like yourselves and players around the league see it, like there's a level of commitment and dedication it takes. These guys have had it. They proved it this weekend. It paid off. I've heard a lot of Ultimate players in my time covering this sport just talk about kind of the satisfaction and vindication after all the grinding and training through the years to have a moment like this.
I mean, I think back to, you know, a season like 2021 when Minnesota, for better or worse, choked in the Central Division Championship game. They had a number of heartbreaking losses, and I feel like that's just like a common theme in professional sports. You have to go through the losses and learn how to lose to climb the mountain and get to the mountaintop, and the fact that they were actually able to follow through on that. You think about how many professional players go through their entire careers and don't get to that moment and have unbelievable stretches but don't get that chip at some point.
Yeah, that's a great call, Ian. I remember that Central Championship game. I was home with COVID. You were calling it for me. And they had that game won against Chicago and blew it. And then, look, Chicago had the Flyers beat in the semifinals, and they kind of blew it. So
I can't believe you guys are talking heartbreaking losses and not talking about the tip loss and their home city last year.
Well, that obviously goes to it. We've talked a lot about that this weekend, and Minnesota has learned from it and came back stronger. You know, that it easily could have been Tristan Vandy Mortel standing up here by my side accepting that ridiculous MVP chain. Looks much better on Will Brandt than it does on me, that's for sure.
Yeah, but Will didn't have the sunglasses on.
I agree.
Well, have the sunglasses.
Well, I'll hook him up. Tristan, in overtime last year, had the turnover that really was the nail in Minnesota's coffin after they kind of had the game won with 15 seconds to go, and it took a Salt Lake Miracle to beat them. Vandy Mortel, his role on this team, like, I don't know if we have like an unsung hero award for the league this year.
Sure.
But, I mean, he started on O. They put him on D to be able to shepherd the D-line down the field. He was massive in several wins during the season. And then tonight, whatever role they put him in, he was just so super solid with the disc.
And I feel like you can say that about multiple other guys on that minute. Like, we could make that same conversation about Cam Lacey, for instance. And they've got those kinds of guys on both sides of the disc at the depth of the roster that are still contributing, and Feldman doesn't have to bury anyone when he's calling lines. He doesn't have to hide somebody in those situations.
Why is Cam Lacey so much better at pulling than everybody else?
Maybe he practices a lot. I don't know. I think we should probably ask Cam Lacey that.
I plead the fifth.
But, no, I think that's one of my favorite things about this weekend, and just how good they were as a team. And I think that's something that a lot of players can take home, is that you want to be like a star player. You want to be one of those best players. But when we were talking about who was going to be MVP, I mean, we really could have picked a handful of those guys. And I think it speaks to how deep they were as a team. I think it speaks to how unselfish they were as a team. And I think it speaks to how well coached they were as well.
Yeah, I was still fighting for Bevon because that was my pregame pick.
Yeah.
And we were going back and forth that whole fourth quarter. It was like every single time they needed a point, Bevon was involved, but it was also Will Brandt. I was like, ooh, toss up.
No, it's a great point. Sorry, Evan.
Yeah, no, you're totally fine. Will, like, it was a really hard choice for the championship weekend MVP, and I think ultimately Will got it. He finished with about 150 more total yards in this game than anybody else that played, and the number of times you and Brian in the booth were just like, what a great throw by Brandt.
Incredible throws.
Getting it off the sideline. Like, the type of throws that don't show up on the stat sheet, but the type of throws that helped unlock things against Carolina's fierce pressure. I think that's why he earned it, because he was willing and able to make those things happen.
And I think part of it is his size. Because those Carolina defenders, especially when they double team, they'll have like 2'6'4", 2'6'5" guys in there. And with his size, he's taller than some of them. So he's just able to step around or step through them. And Carolina's not used to that.
I mean, he had one of those classic, like, I'm the best thrower on the field points where he catches a couple break side resets, the person clears after throwing it to him, he throws a nice break mark, they give it back to him on the reset, he does it again right at that opposite end zone, and it's like, that was the one that solidified it for me, because no one else in this game was making those types of throws consistently.
Kins-esque, I dare say.
Gentlemen, it's been an absolute blast this weekend. Before we start to wrap things up, I want to open the floor. Any other reflections on the season, on the weekend, on this particular game? It's been so fun getting to hear your insights all weekend long.
Well, I just think, I mean, talking about the season, I think James pointed it out well earlier, but I mean, it's just a really exciting league right now. No one was picking Minnesota to win it coming into this season. It's just
you
a
don't
fun.
Say.
I mean, maybe no one in my bubble, that's for sure.
So who you picking for next season? Get the hot take out there now.
Nah,
come on.
Early pick for next season. I'll go with the Summit. Anyway.
He's still going to hedge 10 more times.
Yeah, I can change it up like 5 minutes later. But no, I just think it's an exciting league to follow right now, and it's a fun thing going into next year.
Don't be surprised to see a new team at championship weekend again next year, especially out of like the West Division. It's all over the place out there.
I love where we're at. You talked about the young Minnesota players bringing their team. I think this is a clear message to any team in the league. If you're just going to do more of the same, you're going to fall behind. And so this is going to be an arms race of the youth players. So many of them under 20, under 22, making the impact on the game this weekend, and that's only going to accelerate. The league is in a great spot. These teams, these championship teams, the Minnesota Wind Chill are in a great spot, and it's going to be what a crescendo to 24 and what an acceleration towards 25.
Yeah, my final takeaways from the season, and the thoughts will continue to percolate in the coming days, obviously, but it was the most wide open season in the history of the league. I mean, that's just a fact. There's no doubt about it. New York got a little worse. A lot of other teams got a little bit better. We saw New York's 30-game winning streak come to an end. We saw Detroit's 80-something game losing streak come to an end. And we saw upsets
Rabbit,
both
you got me on
in the
talkback.
playoffs, in the regular season and obviously here at championship weekend. And we saw the value of coaching, the value of commitment, the value of teamwork, and the value of being malleable and adaptable and handling the elements. Who thought D-line Josh Klain would be such a huge storyline at championship weekend? But yeah, you know, in some ways it feels fitting. Like none of us picked Minnesota coming into the weekend, but no one expected it to be as wide open as it was. And there's no undefeated teams. There's no one-loss teams this year. In fact, it's a 3-loss team that takes the championship. And for the most wide open season ever, it's cool to see a team get the glory. And I'm sorry, Boston, but I'm not talking about you. The Minnesota wind chill in these windy conditions feel like an appropriate and worthy champion.
And shout out to Carolina for giving a swagged out Evan a close game like he wanted before the game. It was looking bleak for a moment there, but they fought back, and I'm really happy for like just the league that it was able to be such a fun and entertaining game.
Trivia question for the 3 guys in the middle. When was the last time the championship game was decided by 1 goal?
I have no idea.
Was it when Raleigh beat New York?
21?
No.
That
was a 3-goal game.
Was it when Madison won?
No, Madison won 20-16, reminiscent of their 2016 loss against Seattle.
Toronto?
No. 2017, San Francisco 30, Toronto 29 in Montreal.
Okay.
What a scoreline.
Yeah, when the
Holy
flamethrowers picked up a bunch of people just for that convenient playoff run timing. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
You're saying the fact is wrong?
Yeah, no. No, the fact stands. The fact stands.
So this was the first one. This was the first legitimate 1-goal game in the final. Is
Yes.
what you're saying?
Thank you for clarifying. and articulating.
I think I had ever come here before the New York game last year. That was my first time coming to Zions Bank Stadium. And I remember walking out of the parking lot after that game, the Ben Yacht triple spike game, and I said to Ian, if every stadium in the league was like this, we would really have something special. So this is currently the standard, and even without the shred here, the fans represented. They love their ultimate here in Utah. We were out playing pickleball this morning, and on the field adjacent to us, there was folks playing pickup ultimate in like 50-mile-per-hour wind. It was sloppy, but I was tempted to go over and play with them because it looked fun, and this is an ultimate town. And thanks for hosting us, and hope to come back in the future.
Glad to have you all. This was a wonderful weekend for the fans to get to see these 4 teams compete and the teams put on the show. This was a celebration not just of Utah Ultimate, but I think of the UFA and where the league is at right now. I mean, what a weekend.
Yeah, a weekend like this doesn't happen without the blood, sweat, tears, talent, time of countless employees, volunteers, families, friends, helping work things behind the camera, helping work things at game day operations, caring about the league, caring about all of the players, and doing their best to put their best foot forward. So a massive thank you to everyone involved in making this championship weekend, this entire season happen. We're so grateful to be on this journey of growing the sport of professional ultimate with all of you. For Evan, Bryce, James, Alex, I'm Ian. It's been an unbelievable pleasure. We can't wait for 2025. Congratulations to the Minnesota Wind Chill, your 2024 Ultimate Frisbee Association champions.
Go Wind Chill.
Wow.